Nope, now it's on. We do have a quorum, and I need an adoption of the agenda. A motion to adopt. Second. All those in favor? Opposed? Motion carries. We need an adoption of the minutes from April 22nd and June 17th, because I think we had a correction on April 22nd. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Okay, Kathy Harbaugh is here to give us a report of the Real Estate Education Advisory Council. Good morning.
And I know you have a long agenda, so I'm going to be zippy.
Zippy. I like it.
I will say, we started our meeting with having a little bit of discussion about AI. And just as a quick reminder, in our discussion of AI, in 2014, when I'm sorry, you could have like gone like that. In 2014, when we did change license law, we did away, if you remember, with mandatory hours. It was just going to be 12 hours of CE. And so the committee kind of felt like if we have no mandatory hours, we should really stick to the regulatory items A through P that are in the rules. And other than safety, which is not specifically mentioned there, we've tried to stay in those genres. Now, AI is a whole new avenue. And our discussion was really around, we felt real comfortable with AI being how to use it ethically and legally, and less about how to use it to enhance your marketing. And as we reported in the past, we have not really approved courses to help with marketing issues or your business plans, because it really is not listed in A through P. It is very good professional development for practitioners, but not necessarily on the regulatory side. So all the schools, we would love to do more, those items, but they're great, for professional development, but it's not necessarily continuing education in the regulatory world. So, and I'm only bringing that prefaces because you're going to see some recommendations we did not make for approval, and that is why. Okay. And so we had some really good discussions around it. Kind of funny, actually. So I'm going to be zippy. Southern Indiana, we did approve their antitrust and their legal boundaries for AI in real estate. Northwest Indiana, we did approve their new school director, the Tucker School. We did approve their new site in Sellersburg, and Online Ed LLC. We did approve them as a CE sponsor, and also their fair housing course. Hand Up School, they had several courses. We did approve the property management, new construction, safety, and understanding housing for broker only, but we did deny the advertising and social media course. The CE shop, we did approve their AI usage, oversight and scam awareness for broker only. Education resources, we did make recommendations to approve all of their courses for broker only. And the Perry Real Estate School, we did recommend to deny their advertising and marketing class. And we did recommend to approve for broker only data protection, contracts, energy, practical tips. I don't remember which one I skip here. Investing, and then technology, data security, Indiana agency, along with escrows for broker only. We did approve for broker and managing broker risk management and Indiana brokerage management. For the Tucker School, we did recommend approval of their 3 courses on condo new construction and upholding fair housing. Real University, we did make a motion to approve for broker only building client confidence, helping your clients, keeping transactions together, and protecting your clients. And for Indiana escrow, we did approve it for managing broker and broker. They'd only requested managing broker, but we also added broker. Real estate staging, they had asked for us to reconsider a staging class. They had submitted back in April, and we still recommend for denial. And that was another discussion that we had with Jody about really old classes listed on the website. They're probably gone. And then the Reed School, we did recommend a denial of all three of their courses. Again, this was where the AI conversation came into place, and Tim Reed did abstain, and he was not upset. So with our decision at all. WebCE, we do recommend approval of the Real Estate Agent's Guide to Property Management. And then they requested because they were all the following. Then they also had cultural competency, fair housing, personal safety, understanding, bias, risk management, and working with seniors. On number F, which was risk, we recommend only for managing approval for managing brokers. But the other ones, we deny them for managing broker and broker only. Does that make sense? So the cultural competency, fair housing, personal savings, understanding bias, and working with seniors for broker only. But then risk management, that was for managing broker. Then we recommend approval for Cressy and Everett Real Estate School, a new site, which is Penn High School, and a new instructor, Andrew Warner. And that is our report.
Thank you, Kathy. We need a motion to approve the REC Advisory Council's recommendations. Second? Second, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Motion carries. Okay, next on the agenda, we have late fee rules, first public comment period. Which means, do I need to?
Yes.
Margin. Do we need to swear Margin in the script? Swear her in?
Yes, she needs.
Okay, so I'll get to it. Okay, Title 876, Indiana Real Estate Commission, Public Rule Hearing. It's LSA 26-153 on August 12th, 2026. We need to swear in Margie, our official court reporter. Will the official court reporter designated for this hearing please stand and be sworn? Raise your right hand and state your name. Do you solemnly swear that you will keep complete and true notes of all that transpires in this hearing, prepare and complete transcripts thereof from your notes, and faithfully perform all the duties imposed upon you as an official reporter under the laws of the state of Indiana? All right, thank you. This is a public rule hearing being held by the Indiana Real Estate Commission on this 12th day of August, 2026, pursuant Indiana Code 4-22-2-24. This hearing is convened in room W064 of the Indiana Government Center South, 402 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 9 a.m. local time. I guess I'm the presiding member, Tracy Hutton. This hearing is being held in person and via Zoom. Notice of the hearing and full text of the rule was published in the Indiana Register on May 27, 2026. The purpose of this hearing is to hear public comment regarding LSA document 26-153. Those who address the commission are requested to state their name for the purpose of the record and this hearing. Only those who address their comments to the commission will be recognized. Individual comments will be limited to 3 minutes in length. The commission will consider all comments made at this hearing in deciding what actions to take on the rule. Upon adopting by the commission and approval by the Attorney General and Governor, the rule will become effective 30 days after the filing with the Indiana Register. My name is Tracy Hutton, and I will be presiding over the public rule hearing. Before I open the floor to public comment, I'd like to add that no written comments were received during the designated public comment period between May 27th, 2026 and June 26th, 2026. The commission will take comments from the public at this time. You will be given 3 minutes of floor time. Those that wish to speak should first sign in at the table provided. And if they're online,
I guess
I don't know
if
how
they
to
would
sign
have
in.
To give their name and
Yeah.
information.
Okay, do we have anyone that wishes to speak? Calling once.
If they are online, they'll need to raise their hand.
If you're online and you'd like to make any comments, you'll need to raise your hand. And then you'll be requested to unmute. No one? Okay. Seeing no individuals wishing to make comments with regard to the proposed rule, I hereby close this public rule hearing. Okay,
Then we need to vote.
so is everyone aware of what we're voting on?
Yeah, it's in
Charlie,
SharePoint.
it's-
Truthfully, I didn't know we didn't have a late fee.
Barb, you want to explain that to them?
I thought we had a late fee too.
We did it one time. She'll explain it.
Hi, everybody. Barb Killian, Deputy General Counsel here. We have always had a late fee rule. A couple years ago, House Enrolled Act 1623 required, instead of the late fee being, or any fees, being in statute, which is where ours was, it needed to be in a rule. And so now there's a statute that requires that as well. And so we've gone through the entire rulemaking process, and this is happening for all of our boards to make sure that we can charge it. So for a little while, we've been unable to, just as it takes a while to get the rulemaking process finished.
How
And
long?
so It
Was
is the same $50 late fee that we've had for years.
How long have you not been able to charge it?
That I can't answer for you off the top of my head, but I can let Jody know.
Okay. Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Does anyone have any questions? Do we just need a motion?
Yes.
Need a motion to approve the amendment or the rule?
Motion to approve the new rule.
I'll second that.
And all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you, motion carries.
Thank you.
Barb.
You're welcome.
You do, right?
Yes, please. Yep.
Okay, our first administrative hearing this morning will be Hillary Smith. Is Hillary here? Good morning, Hillary. This hearing is a probation withdrawal hearing procedure. This is an administrative hearing taking place on August 12th, 2026 in room W064 of the Indiana Government Center Building, 402 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 9:21 local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in Indiana Code 4, Article 21.5, before members of the Indiana Real Estate Commission and cause docketed as administrative cause number 2022511 REC 0096. The respondent's name is Hillary Smith. The notice of time and place for this hearing were served to the parties required by law on May 22nd, 2026. The purpose of the hearing is probation withdrawal, to consider the respondent's petition to probation withdraw. We've already sworn in Margie. My name is Tracy Hutton. I'm serving as the hearing officer for this commission. The following members of the commission are sitting with me on this hearing: Donna Krebs, Beth Walker, Brian Thompson, Charlie Shook, John D'Souza, Pam Lumley, Karen Momper, and that's it. May we have appearance of counsel, please? No, you do not have counsel. Do you understand that you have the right to be represented by an attorney in this matter? Yes. Do you wish to proceed without an attorney present? That's great. Will all those who know themselves to be witnesses or who may be witnesses in this cause, please stand and raise your right hand. Yes, you. Be sworn. Do you and each of you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Yes. Thank you. You may be seated. The parties in this matter are hereby notified the commission will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. Do you have an opening statement you'd like to make?
My last year,
Hillary, is your mic on? You should see a bright green light on the face there. Kind of looks dull, but if you tap it, it should be bright.
Yeah, okay, there it goes. I was here a year ago to renew my license because I have a felony. And that was approved, but I was on criminal probation. So
Oh.
I was on criminal probation, so my real estate license was on probation. And I have since completed my probation successfully. And am asking to remove the probation from my real estate license.
Thanks. Do you, would you like to admit that as evidence?
Oh, this?
Yes.
Yeah. I thought it was already,
Is it in there? Would you like to?
If that's the document you sent in from the court, we have
Yeah.
an electronic copy, so request for it to be made, and
yeah, I request that to be admitted.
Thank you. Yes, I will acknowledge as soon as I see it in there, right?
well, if there'd be no objections.
No, there's no objections. It's admitted. Okay, I don't believe we have any cross-examination or anything. Have lost my script. Do you have any other comments or anything that you want to state other than what you've already stated?
Yeah, no.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, commissioners, do you have any questions? No? Have you paid all your fines and fees?
Yeah.
Court
yes.
fees?
Yep. Everything's all paid. Everything was completed successfully.
Any closing statements?
I just asked that the probation be removed.
Thank you. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Thank you. Okay, would anyone like to make a motion?
The motion that we approve criminal probation.
Petition to withdraw. His second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have intrigued property management. This is administrative hearing taking place on August 12th, 2026 in W064 of the Indiana Government Center Building, 402 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 9:27 a.m. local time, and is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in Indiana Code Title IV, Article 21.5, before 8 members of the Indiana Real Estate Commission, and cause docketed as administrative cause number 202603 REC 0006. The respondent's name is Intrigue Property Management. This hearing is being held pursuant to the request of the state of Indiana pursuant to its motion for an order to cease and desist. Notice of the time and place of this hearing was served to the parties required by law on June 16th, 2026. Then a motion for voluntary dismissal without prejudice was filed on August 10th, 2026 by the state of Indiana. My name is Tracy Hutton, and I am the hearing officer of this commission. The following members of the commission are sitting with me on this hearing: Donna Krebs, Beth Walker, Brian Thompson, Charlie Shook, John D'Souza, Pam Lumley, and Karen Mompert. At this time, I'll request that any commissioner member who feels that he or she cannot give this respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision remove himself or herself from this hearing. May we have appearance of counsel, please?
Kara Rochester, Deputy Attorney General for the state.
Do we have any, the respondent is not
No.
present. Will all those who know themselves to be witnesses or may be witnesses in the cause, please stand and raise your right hand to be sworn?
There will be no witnesses.
The parties in this matter are hereby notified the commission will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter. Does the state wish to make an opening statement?
Morning, Board. You have before you the state's motion for voluntary dismissal without prejudice. The state at this time is asking the board to dismiss this matter. I will note that it is without prejudice, which means that while this matter is being dismissed today, if you grant our motion, that does not preclude the state from bringing charges against the respondent at a later date.
Commissioners, do you have questions?
The hearing or the documents you submitted make reference to Exhibit 1. Are we going to be able to see that? Is
Are-
it in the exhibit file that we are not to
We
open
are.
yet?
It's not been admitted, so you can't look
Okay,
at it.
so could we,
Well, are you referring to the administrative complaint
yeah.
or the motion for cease and desist?
Yes. yeah.
So that is simply, let me check what the actual motion we filed says. So the state did attach exhibits to its motion for cease and desist. But in terms of those being published today, the state's not moving to admit them into the record for today's hearing, nor to publish them. And since the state is asking for this matter to be dismissed, any presentation of evidence would be inappropriate at this time, particularly because the respondent is not here as well.
Any other questions?
I feel confused.
Like, let's ask the question then. Originally, you had a motion to for a cease to desist. And then you,
There are circumstances which have been determined by the state to lead us to the decision to move to dismiss this case at this time. Some of that is privileged attorney work product that I simply cannot share with you, our reasoning for dismissing it. What I would say to the commission is that the state may prosecute matters, and the state at this time has chosen to ask that we dismiss this matter, as we are not choosing to prosecute at this time.
Well, let me ask a question again. You may not be able to answer, it, but is your reason to dismiss it or to cease? To
motion to
dismiss, the
dismiss.
cease and dismissed is because they've become licensed?
You can take judicial notice of your files, which IPLA holds, and determine whether or not they have been licensed. The state is not presenting any evidence today that that is the reason for their motion to dismiss.
That's good enough for me. I think I can read between the lines.
Any other questions?
So the state has the right to dismiss this motion. We don't have to approve it.
So, correct, I mean,
This is for informational purposes at this point.
yeah, you don't have to grant the motion to dismiss, but the Attorney General's office is tasked with prosecuting the situations, and so we have the motion in front of us and the reasoning in front of us that we have. We don't have a lot of information, but their authority is that they may prosecute, and so they're choosing not to proceed with this case, and we don't have all the information why, but presumably there's a good rationale behind the decision not to proceed right now. I do think it's important to note that they're not proceeding. They're proceeding without prejudice, meaning they could bring the case later if they had to. So it's not done and gone necessarily if the conduct continues.
James, just so we understand, there are complaints that get dismissed that never come in front of us.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
So I'm curious why this one did come in front of us.
Well, this is not a complaint, right? This is a motion to cease and desist, so that's different than a complaint because a complaint's brought against a licensed individual.
Okay.
So I think this one, I'm trying to remember if I don't believe they're licensed. And so that's where you would say, you need to stop doing this conduct because you're engaging in conduct that is required of a licensee.
And she can't tell us if they're licensed, but we can go in and look to see if they're licensed.
You could ask Jody. right
Jody,
now.
can you see if Intrigue Property Management is?
They are not licensed.
Well, I think this is a lot of a matter of trust, and I think we all are looking out for the rights of the citizens. And I think we could go on record that we do not support people performing property management without a license, and we're trusting you will not just let this matter rest.
That is noted. And
You don't need to
understood.
respond, but
Is this a property management, homeowners association property management company?
I don't believe so, but I was not the deputy who filed this matter, so I don't want to speak out of turn.
the motion does indicate that they're marketing themselves to help property owners obtain tenants.
Okay.
Which is, beyond just HOA management. That's a whole nother subject.
Yeah, I just think as a commission, if they're allowed to continue to do property management without a license, I think there's some,
So can I, does the state need to dismiss the motion to cease and desist before they prosecute, before they decide to prosecute?
So the motion for cease and desist is our prosecution. And I say prosecution, it's not criminal prosecution, right? It's prosecution of a licensee or of unlicensed practice in an administrative setting. What the state is asking, we've filed this motion for cease and desist. At this time, the state is declining to proceed with this matter as we've originally requested. Again, it's without prejudice, which means that we could bring it again in the future. The board doesn't lose, the commission, excuse me, does not lose jurisdiction over it. The state would have the right to refile a motion for cease and desist for the same allegations. But at this time, we're electing not to proceed with such. I hear your concerns. The Attorney General's office, of course, our main concern is consumer protection as well. So I hear those concerns. Those are duly noted. And at this time, I know I can't provide you with much more information, and I understand that's frustrating being in your position. But at this time, this is what the state's decision is to not continue with this matter. And so as I'll allow, I guess, your advisory council to advise you as to your options in this case. But the state is requesting that you grant our motion.
Okay, and the record does state that the commission does have concerns that there is a company out there providing property management without a license.
And we're choosing not to do anything about it today. But
We can't do anything about it. The AG's office is choosing not to do anything about it. So there must be extenuating circumstances.
I don't think that's not necessarily true. They're asking for us to dismiss the motion to
Right.
cease and desist.
They could be
So
doing
they
something.
can continue, I mean, they
Yeah.
could,
Could, yeah.
so.
Okay.
I were
I would agree.
Yep, agreed. Well, we can close this and then discuss, right? These aren't questions for,
Yeah, if you're
yeah,
ready to-
let's, we can discuss it.
Make motion to accept the state's.
Okay, you have no closing arguments. Okay. We need to close the proceedings before making a motion.
Because this is procedural, I mean, I think you can do it, on the record. It's
Okay,
fine.
okay.
In fact, we're, well, go ahead.
Go ahead, Donna. You make a motion.
I make a motion to accept the state's. request.
Second,
Second.
all those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries. These proceedings, according to notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice.
Thank you, Commission. Appreciate it.
Thank you. E. Brant Adams. This is administrative hearing taking place on August 12th, 2026 in room W064 of the Indiana Government Center Building, 402 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana, at 9:40 a.m. local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana found in Code Title 4, Article 21.5 before 8 members of the Indiana Real Estate Commission, and cause docketed as administrative cause number 202606 REC 0013. The respondent's name is Brant Adams. The notice and time and place of this hearing was served to the parties required by law on July 8th, 2026. This is a final hearing on the state's complaint, which was filed June 26, 2026. My name is Tracy Hutton, and I'm serving as the hearing officer for this commission. The following members of the commission are sitting with me on this hearing: Donna Krebs, Beth Walker, Brian Thompson, Charlie Shook, John D'Souza, Pam Lumley, and Karen Mopper. At this time, I'll request that any commission member who feels that he or she cannot give the respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove him or herself from this hearing. May we have appearance of counsel, please?
Alex James for the state.
And we do not have the respondent. No one here. Okay. The parties in this matter are hereby notified that the commission will take official judicial notice of its file and record in this matter.
Before we go any further, since respondent's counsel or respondent isn't here, you might ask for the state how they intend to proceed.
Yes, I'd like to, for you to issue a notice of proposed default since the respondent was served.
Okay.
And you can ask any questions you have about the reliability of the notice going out and
Yeah.
what efforts they took.
What efforts did you take to serve the notice? And have you had any
So
communication?
I've previously had contact with this respondent at the email address listed in the notice. And so I know that's a email address that he has responded to in the past. So he hasn't responded to any of our communications on this case.
Is that typical, just an email communication, no other form of communication?
Yes.
Any other questions from the commissioners?
It probably would have been last year and he hadn't responded to our consumer complaints or us reaching out to him during the consumer complaint stage.
So, just to clarify, you hadn't had communication back from him since last year, but you have served him notice this year?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So, the Department of Attorney General's office is requesting a notice of proposed default. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep, we need a motion to approve or deny the notice of default. Notice of default.
I'll make a motion that we approve the Attorney General's office motion for default, proposed default.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you.
I need to close the hearing. These proceedings, according to the notice, are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice. Davis. Okay, this is administrative hearing taking place on August 12th, 2026 in room not in at 9 a.m. Room W064 of the Indiana Government Center, 402 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. Acted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in Indiana Code Title 4, Article 21.5, the 4/8 members of the Indiana Real Estate Commission, and their cause docket is administrative cause number 202512 REC 0097. Respondent's name is Sterling M. Davis. Notice of time and place of this hearing was served to the parties required by law on July 8th, 2026. Final hearing on the state's amended complaint, which was filed June 17th, 2026, and to review the parties' filed proposed settlement agreement, which was filed August 11th, 2026. My name is Tracy Hutton, and I'm serving as the hearing officer for this commission. The following members of the commission are sitting with me on this hearing: Donna Krebs, Beth Walker, Brian Thompson, Charlie Shook, John D'Souza, Pam Lumley, and Karen Mopper. At this time, I will request any commission member who feels that he or she cannot give this respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove him or himself from this hearing. May we have appearance of counsel, please?
Yes, ma'am. Deputy Attorney General Tim Fox, here for the state.
And we do not have anyone here for the respondents, correct?
No, ma'am. He had signed the proposed settlement agreement. He got it back to me yesterday, so.
Okay, would you like to present
Sure.
approval for you're asking for approval?
Yes, yeah, the state has been in discussions with Mr. Davis, and also we had a pre-hearing settlement conference. And this was a case where Mr. Davis had successfully operated a property management company for many years, but COVID hit and the government prevented any evictions from being filed. And so that really caused his business to go into a downward spiral. And so this is a result of that. But we would ask, in this case, he is paying back all the people. There's 2 security deposits. He's paying both those back within 30 days. And there's disputed amounts between the owners, but he's paying back what the owners have agreed to also over a longer time because it's a higher amount. So he's had no prior disciplinary history either.
So we need a motion to approve the proposed settlement agreement. Unless, commissioners, you have any questions? No questions?
Mr. Fox, so the intent is that he is going to continue to practice property management.
I don't think he is. His license is currently expired, and I know from talking to him, he's not in that business anymore. I'm not sure he's in the real estate business, but he wants to pay back what he needs to pay back.
Okay, great. Yeah, that's exactly where I was going about whether he will continue to be licensed, whether he is licensed, whether his business is
Yeah.
licensed, all that.
He's not currently licensed because it's expired, and I'm not sure he's going to
Okay.
try to get it back or not.
If there is any way that the state could remind him that his license is expired,
I did.
that would be a good thing.
Yeah, state has talked to him about that and encouraged him to get it back.
Thanks. That's it.
Sure.
Okay, we have a motion. Thank you to approve settlement agreement. Second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Catherine Sanchez was continued. Brian Floyd Jones. Back up again. This is administrative hearing taking place on August 12th, 2026 in room W064 in the Indiana Government Center building, 402 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana at 9:49 local time. It is being conducted pursuant to the laws of the state of Indiana as found in Indiana Code Title 4, Article 21.5 before 8 members of the Indiana Real Estate Commission, and a cause docketed as administrative cause number 202-605 REC 0007. The respondent's name is Brian C. Floyd Jones. The notice of time and place of this hearing was served to the parties required by law on July 8th, 2026. This is a final hearing on the state's complaint, which was filed May 12th, 2026. My name is Tracy Hutton, and I'm serving as the hearing officer for this commission. The following members of the commission are sitting with me on this hearing: Donna Krebs, Beth Walker, Brian Thompson, Charlie Shook, John D'Souza, Pam Lumley, and Karen Momper. At this time, I will request any commissioners who feel that he or she cannot give this respondent a fair hearing and render an impartial decision to remove him or herself from this hearing. May we have appearance of counsel, please?
Yes, ma'am. Tim Fox, Deputy Attorney General for the state.
And we do not have the respondent or counsel appearing.
Correct. State would like to make a motion, ma'am.
Okay,
The notice of this hearing was served both on the email address of the respondent in the record, but it was also sent by mail to his actual address. Respondent is in prison, and so he did receive an actual mail copy of the hearing notice. And as he's not here he's not here either digitally or remotely, and he's not here in person, the state would ask for the board to issue a notice of proposed default.
Okay. Commissioners, do you have any questions? Okay,
License still active?
yeah. Is it expired?
The motion says that if he's incarcerated, he may not be.
Renew. He wouldn't have been able to renew.
Really?
It is expired. Jody confirmed. Okay, so
But were it not for the timing of the renewal, the license could be active as of right now.
but he would have to self-report.
Yeah.
Then.
And that's why the hearing.
Yes.
Okay, so we need a motion. Would anyone like to make a motion?
Tracy, I would accept the proposed new.
Notice of default. Notice of purpose. Second?
Second.
Second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. These proceedings according to notice are hereby concluded. This cause is therefore adjourned until further notice.
Thank you, members.
Thank you. Okay. Personal appearances aren't supposed to start until 10:30.
I expected to have hearings today.
Well, we moved through those pretty quick.
Yeah.
Is Chelsea Crawford here? Chelsea is here. Can we go ahead and hear from Chelsea Crawford and then we can take a quick break and then it should, you guys can make calls or whatever you need to do. She's not an applicant. She's appearing in regards to the passing of
Oh,
David
yes.
Rodkey.
Yes, that's a good one.
Yes, so I think it's perfect timing. Give us 1 second.
And this is like a personal appearance. So there's no script or
Right,
anything.
right. I just didn't know if there was any documentation. Okay, good morning. Ms. Crawford, would you like to share with the commission why you're here today and what you're hoping the outcome to be?
Having me. I'm Chelsea Crawford. I'm the attorney for the estate of David Rodkey. And that estate is currently pending in the Clinton Circuit Court here in Clinton County, Indiana. I have the cause number for you, and I have document references if the court would like to use this too. Oh, sorry. Okay, do you need me to start over? But I'm Chelsea Crawford, attorney for the estate of Dave Rodkey, pending in Clinton County. And I'm here today for the appointment of a successor trustee for his escrow trust account pursuant to Indiana Code 2534.145. Dave Rodkey was a realtor for Dave Rodkey Realtors, which was he was a sole proprietor out of Frankfort, Indiana. And his license number, in case you need it for reference, is RB 14004901. And it did not expire until June 30th of 2029. And his role on that license is listed as a sole proprietor. Dave passed away suddenly and unexpectedly on June 17th, 2026. He's a sole proprietor for many years, and at the time of his passing, he didn't have any other realtors in his office, and he hadn't had anyone working with him for many, many years. The last person who worked with him was Steve Fry, a close friend of his, but he is now retired, and his license is also retired, so he's unable to act as a broker in any of his matters. He had 2 pending closings at the time of his passing. Luckily, we were able to resolve those with a licensed broker who stepped in to supervise those. And as a sole proprietor, the next steps regarding Dave's business and trust account could be handled under the code if he had had someone who is actually in the business with him to step in. Unfortunately, he did not have that. His trust account is through the Farmers Bank of Frankfort, Indiana. It's now called First Bank of Midwest. There was just a recent merger of the bank in July 1st of this year, and the account ending in 637. He was the only signer owner of the account, and the account's been frozen since he's passed. At the time of his passing, the estate was unsure of the balance. The last statement we could find in his records was from March 2026. But we were able still to complete pending real estate transactions because earnest money didn't really become an issue with those closings. With one of them, there was some money in his account relating to that closing, but we just deducted from Dave's commission so that we could resolve it at a later time, as time was of the essence in that closing, and we wanted to make sure that the sellers and buyers could move forward. In order to provide an accurate accounting for you today, I did request a court order through the estate to have First Bank Midwest provide a balance for the account, which they did provide to me as of yesterday, August 11th. And the balance in the account is $12,580. Based on just the general information we know from his records and his business transactions, we can account for $12,500 of that $12,580 of where that is supposed to go. The other $80 would have to be investigated as to where that would go, but we are able to account for most of that. Why I'm here today is because of the statute of 2534.145 says that upon the death of a sole proprietor, the commission shall take custody of the trust account and may appoint a successor trustee to protect and distribute the proceeds of that account. Again, since Dave didn't have any other brokers working with him, he was the sole signer and sole owner of the account. We're at a standing still point where we're not sure what to do, and trying to follow the Indiana code and requesting today that a successor trustee be appointed. Since this is new for me also, I'm not sure exactly who the board would want to take custody. If they have persons that would do that, we are open to that. If they want it to be someone familiar with Dave's business, I've talked with the family, and I would be willing to, if that was something they wanted done. His family members, his wife Jane is the personal representative of the estate, but that this is not something she's wanting to do. She's still kind of going through a grieving process, and this is just one less thing she would like to have on her plate. He does have two sons, Evan and Adam Rodkey. However, they would be good at managing, but they just live out of state, so that would make it a little more difficult. His former business associate, Steve Fry, who's a retired broker, also has knowledge about real estate and trust accounts. He could also step in and do that. Or again, as I mentioned, if the board would like to appoint a neutral party or has someone that they prefer to put in that position, we are agreeable to that. We would just want that guidance on how that would be appointed. And upon accounting of all the funds and the appointment of the trustee and able to release all that funds, just wanting to know the next steps if we would need to appear again in order to close the account. So that is the long-winded version, but I just wanted to make sure you had the background of why I was here today. In short, just to have the board be aware of his passing, the sole proprietorship, and the appointment of a successor trustee for his escrow trust account.
Is the escrow account the only unfinished business? He didn't have other transactions that?
No, as of for now, from what we know from the records, that all of his transactions are completed.
And you said you could account for the $12,500?
Yes.
Where is that been determined that it needs to go?
Yes, there was a closing that he had been in long-term, and that fell through. So we know that $10,000 of that is supposed to go back to the purchaser of that agreement, which his name is Rusty Schultz. So we know that that is accounted for. We have the documentation to back that up. $2,500 of that would be then now payable to Dave Rodkey Realtors because we had one of the closings after his passing, and since we couldn't access the account, we deducted that $2,500 escrow amount that was being held from his commission. So that amount would now pay back to the Dave Rodkey Realtors regular business account. And then there's $80 left, which we have no idea for sure where that goes. We'd have to double check and go back through records.
Okay, commissioners, do you have any questions?
We all turn to James.
It's been a long time. Are there minimum qualifications like licensure that we have? A license
Qualifications for the appointee.
for the person who receives the,
Ms. Crawford identified the statute that you all have. I mean, it's pretty brief here. Upon the death of the sole proprietor, in the case of the sole proprietorship broker company, et cetera, commission shall take custody of each trust account of the broker company and may appoint a successor trustee to protect and distribute the proceeds of that account. So, I mean, that's what we're working with here.
So-
We have done it in a few unique instances in the past. Some of those precede my time here with the commission, but that's essentially your directive there.
So you can see where this isn't an overly complex. And thank you, Mrs. Crawford, for being able to provide us with, and identifying where the funds should be going. So we could appoint an attorney to be the trustee, and you said you would be willing,
Yes.
or we have to take custody and find someone else.
just to throw an idea on the table for discussion. It's an idea.
Yeah. Thanks, great. So do we need a motion for that?
Yes.
Okay, Charlie.
I move we appoint Ms. Crawford as the trustee, would that be the word for it? For the earnest money account of Mr. Rodkey.
Do I have a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have any expectations of communication?
And that was my follow-up question of what you now needed from me moving forward. And also, that was another question. Now that it's been approved, I was wondering if there would be some sort of minutes or documentation I could get from the board to provide to the bank.
Yeah. Again, this is not something we do
Sure.
routinely, but certainly we can get you whatever written authority you would need to show the board's decision here today. I'm thinking an order, maybe a letter, whatever it would take to, get you the access that you need to close up that account. But certainly we can put that in form of, I'm thinking an order would be best.
Yes. Yes, and sorry to interrupt. That is from what the bank has told me. I had to get a court order just to get a balance, so I believe they would prefer an order.
Yeah.
And I can also run that order through the estate as well to kind of have a double order if that is helpful.
Yeah.
Great.
So, yeah, we'll put that together. It'll probably be a couple of weeks, but we can send that out to you.
And as far as to address Mr. D'Souza's question, as far as communication, is there any kind of guidance the board would like me to give me as far as reporting back on distributions or when we are able to close and distribute all the amounts? Would you like me to come back to report on the closing? I just wanted to see if there was any guidance on that.
Just a written summary.
Written communication that, it's all completed.
Do we have any guidance for if they cannot find where the $80 goes to?
Yeah, that was another question.
What's that?
Undistributed.
Unclaimed funds?
Unclaimed funds, yeah.
But I think with unclaimed funds, you have to have you have to
Name.
identify a name. I think
Owner.
that's the sticky part with escrow accounts.
Yeah, we've run into that issue before as well, where you don't have an identifiable individual. What do you do with it? I don't know that we have good legal guidance for you here today on that, so.
Just to, I guess, comparison from attorney trust accounts, we obviously also have trust accounts. I believe if there are unclaimed funds in an attorney trust account, it goes back to the Indiana Bar Foundation. I don't know if there's something similar with the Indiana Real Estate Commission. That's just an FYI as far as I know from the attorney and side and perspective of trust accounts. But I will report either way if I can't find where those monies go.
Hey, as a personal note, I was really surprised to read of Dave's death, and a lot of
Yes.
us here who've been in the business for a while know Dave, and you know, the nature of our job is that we don't always, we're in positions where we don't always agree, and there wasn't one disagreement with Dave, or I didn't end up laughing at the end of it. He just
Yes.
was such a good man and
Yes.
good sense of humor, stood by his principles, and
Mhm.
I just was caught off guard when I read this.
Yes, very unexpected for all of us and very unique situation, obviously, for why I'm here today. That, and I thank you to James too. I reached out to him before this. He's been helping me and get this, and Jody helped me get on the meeting for today. So I'm thankful for everybody's help because, yeah, we were all very stunned and trying to help ease the unexpectedness of it by helping get his affairs completed.
Thank you.
I'm very impressed that only $80.
Yes.
But
Thankfully,
I
but
know.
that's Dave. He was detail oriented.
Yes.
And good for
And
him.
been in business a long, long time.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much.
Okay, we've got about 20 minutes until, so we can take a quick break. And then we'll come back and run through the the rest of the personal appearances. Unless, I don't know if they're here to do the AG's report.
Yeah, Alex is here.
Or we could do the application and review. You only have a few of those.
Yeah, let's do the AG's.
Okay, okay. He didn't want to be punished like that.
So the average age of an investigation file is 8.47 months with 376 open investigations. The average age of a litigation file is 15.73 months with 28 open litigation files.
Does anyone have any questions regarding the AG board's report? You do?
Just in general, Mr. James, not specific with the numbers in the report, but an ongoing conversation that we've had with the housing division has been efforts to implement a system by which certain actions are communicated to the managing broker when there's significant action on the licensees under their care that happens. And last I remember, that was being looked into the systems because it was going to require some system update so that would happen automatically and that. So don't expect you to know a status of it today, but
Okay.
we would appreciate a status update on that. It's an important matter. And I think it'll make everybody's job easier if we can keep the managing brokers in the loop with regular communication when it's a matter of importance to one of their licensees.
Okay, I'll look into that.
I mean, we've been talking about that for probably 2 years.
Mhm.
Or longer. And it's the role of managing broker to supervise, and if we don't have notice that it's very problematic.
There was something that triggered it.
Yeah. So if you could take that back and report back on it next time,
I can do that.
we would appreciate it. Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, any other questions? Nope. Okay, let's take a quick break. Okay, we're going to continue with personal appearances. First, we have Yasmina Payton. Is Yasmina Payton here? Come on up. You can have a seat and make sure the microphone is green and turned on, please.
Good
And
morning, Ms. Payton. My name is Charlie Shook, and this is, in our parlance, much more informal than the hearings you saw before. But we do realize that these are, we'll one, do all we can to make this comfortable and not nerve-wracking.
Okay, thank
We
you. Good
appreciate the
morning.
effort you went to complete this pre-approval application and all the information you sent to us regarding some of the difficulties you had earlier in the 2020s.
Yes.
And if you're okay, where I think it might be best for us is if you just kind of share with us in some level of detail, some of the things that were in your life in 20, 21, 22, what the court system asked you to do in response to the time you served, and then where you are right now, because a lot of time has passed since those incidences, and then we'll just maybe direct some questions to you. Does that make
Okay.
sense?
Yes. So I just came today because, of course, I wanted to go back to school to further my education, maybe get a different occupation, a different career. I was
Absolutely.
going to school to be a nurse, but that came to a halt kind of because of my background too. Um, hmm.
Tell us what happened, the time you served, and then what your life has been like since then.
So I got arrested about 3 times and was trialed for it. And one case was dismissed. And then the other, I served time in jail, 16 days, and then it was considered time served. And then the longest time I was in jail for was like for 10 months for the battery charge. I had some difficulties with that, but just being in jail for a long period of time, I didn't think I would be in jail for that long without getting like a bail or anything like that. I did end up taking a, like I said, one case was dismissed for favor of me. One case was a trespassing charge, and that was just when I was at a low time in my life and I made a mistake. I was, I believe I was 23, 22, and my living situation and my predicament that I was in wasn't so good, and I decided to try to board a plane to go to California because of a reason. Um, but I didn't try to run, but I did turn myself over to the police, and that actually made the news. And I had a good I had a good lawyer, so it was good that I didn't have to spend so much time in jail. They literally let me out after like 16 days I was in there. I got to finally see the judge, and they were just like, okay, well, we're gonna have you on this. It wasn't really probation where I had like, well, that's house arrest when you have the monitor. But I didn't have a monitor or anything like that. I just had to check in and tell them where I was at. But with the battery charge, it wasn't necessarily my fault. Of course, I understand that I was involved in the altercation. I take fault with the fact that, okay, I was fighting. And in America, there is laws where charges can be filed for battery. But I was in self-defense. Um, and I was actually originally fighting a man. But the situation escalated. He brought his baby mama came outside, and child and she brought her child outside too, and the child kind of got wrapped up in the altercation. By being in jail so long, I was basically on, like, I had a very hectic mind. I was initially really upset when I had to go there, but um I had a couple of my lawyers changed too, so I had end up having two lawyers altogether, but they were just working on me getting out and all this stuff with the case. By the time I talked to my lawyer, my second lawyer, and I was going to see a judge after several months, he was just telling me, "Oh, well, if you do a plea deal, you can leave today." So just on the verge of like mental breakdown and wanting to like really leave, because otherwise I said, so you know if if my testimony need to be heard more, because I never got to speak and give my testimony about anything that happened. So anytime I seen the judge, they were just basically like talking and throwing out codes or whatever law does. Um, and then it'll wrap up, and basically my testimony was never really heard. Of course, I confided in my lawyer. Again, I changed lawyers. My my initial lawyer, she left in the middle of the case. She said she got a well, I heard that she got a new she moved somewhere else and got another job. But when I was talking to this guy, and then I was only talking to him for the first time I actually got to really talk to him before I went to court. He was just like, well, if you do, he was like, I definitely understand what you're saying, da 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 da. If you do a plea deal, you can leave same day. So they require a statement from you. And I honestly, like when I first got on the stand and I said, they said, well, did you, because it revolved the one of the charges is battery class 6 level felony, battery resulting in bodily injury, class 8 less level misdemeanor, and battery on a person less than 14 years of age. And then that was a class 6 level felony. I never hit a little girl or a child at all, and that's not something that's in my character or whatever what I would ever do. The lady was holding her child and she was cussing and she was trying to hit me, and her child was on her right hip, and she was doing this and trying to hit me, and I struck her on her left side. But when the police came, she used her child in self-defense. So a child got brought in a situation, which being a good mom, if there's something that's happening outside in the commotion and it's fighting and stuff like that, why would you bring your child outside? And I never got to even I got to speak to the police, but I never knew there was a warrant out for my arrest until years later when I applied for a job. And surprisingly, the job actually gave me the job, even though I had a warrant. And I immediately decided to, reach out to the courts and stuff like that and get this situation under control. But I guess she made a whole case against me, or I'm sorry. She made a case against me, and she was still actively in the case involved, but she made a case against me and they put out a warrant for my arrest. But when I had to go to the hospital during the initial altercation, I literally talked to the police and everything like that. They were just like, you're not under arrest. You're not going to go to jail. Nothing's going to happen and all this other stuff. So I'm thinking I'm fine. And I was telling them what was going on with me and how I was trying to leave the apartment and he grabbed me and then it just broke out in a fight. Like, I don't understand why he was being an aggressor and I'm just being passive and I'm just like trying to leave. And he just started a fight with me. And honestly, like, I'm a really good person. I think that relevance or not, I don't want to dive too much into different points of views, but I do think that there's evil in the world, and I have encountered some evil in my life, in being when people manipulate, lie. Like, I never thought I would be in a situation where somebody is trying to mess up my life and really. So like now I'm stuck. Like, I've been stuck for a while. Me and my mom have talked. My mom is a nurse, and me and my mom have talked, and I have been thinking about going back to school for a while now, but every single time I get to a point, I just get trapped because it's just like they're not gonna hire me with this background. I've tried to apply to certain jobs and they would give me an offer, and then when they get my background, they would take back the offer. And um, honestly, it's really been an angry situation for me. Angry and emotions made me very sad, overwhelmed, depressed, because I'm 29 years old. So my 20s went really fast, but I'm 29 and I would think that I would have a career and I could do something more with my life. Everybody has a part to play in the world, and I currently work as a cashier at Village Pantry. I do my job really well, but I still want more. Like, I I was 60% done with nursing when I ended up going to jail. And I was in 2 classes finishing them, but I couldn't finish because I went to jail and different things like that. Like, even with nursing, I feel like I could have had a good career there. I initially looked at real estate because my cousin Brian, he's a real estate agent and he does really well. He lives in Las Vegas, so um,
Thank you. Thank you for being so honest and being so clear in your communication.
thank you.
Have you had any other run-ins with law enforcement or interactions with individuals that led to violence other than this situation in 2021?
Not that I'm aware of, not being arrested. I mean, all incidents, this is the times that I went to jail. Um, my dad called the police on me before and just had them come over to my house, but that wasn't really anything.
How old were you when that happened?
22, 23.
So 7, 8 years ago.
Yes.
Well, we're going through this line of questioning because the real estate license is to protect the consumer, not so much to protect the professional licensee, because we are involved in people's financial lives. and we help them make decisions that are probably, for most of us, some of the biggest financial decisions they make. And we are invited into people's homes without them there. So we have to take this really seriously, and that's the nature of these questions. What's changed in your life after spending about a half a year in jail?
A lot of thought, spiritual clarity. I'm very more stable in my mindset and in my mental now than ever. I believe in God. I live with my mom currently, so I don't have a place of my own, but my mom has grounded me a lot and instilled a lot of just power in me. And I've changed as a person, like being 29 years old and literally feeling wisdom or just the power of age. Like I definitely feel different from, it's not like I was wild or anything like that. Like I enjoyed my life and I had fun, and I was never a really problematic person. Like honestly, I was really nurtured. My mom was a really good mom, and I probably wasn't evolved as much as I could have been. That's more like it's just it's um it's just a higher mindset and higher learning and everything like that. Like I was on the honor roll in high school, in middle school, elementary, and I did get A's and B's and stuff like that. I did go to college at DePaul for a semester straight out of high school, but I only stayed, well, 2 semesters, a semester. And then my sister was like, if it's too much, just leave. And just, I was trying to deal with something financially. And when I figured it out, it was actually too late. But then I went back to college in 2019. So I graduated in 2015, went to college for a semester. Then I went back in 2019. I got hit by a car in 2020, so I couldn't really, because I had to do a CNA course, and it requires you to lift people, go to a nursing home and participate and everything like that. And I couldn't do any of that gainful activity because I had an X fixation in my pelvis, and I still have a metal rod in my leg. I broke my leg, but just
Thank you. The nature of the altercation that led to this fight, was it a domestic issue?
no,
Was it over money? Was it
no,
over drugs?
no. Honestly, I was staying with them when I didn't have nowhere to go. Um, he is a man. I mean, well, there was a man in the house, and he already was.
Share as much or little as you like.
He was just like, probably more so. He had a girlfriend. He had 2 children by her, and but he still came on to me at a point in time when I was there. As far as me being there, and there was no problem at all on my part, and nothing sexually.
That gives us an idea. I'll ask my other commissioners if they have questions. And then ultimately with the pre-approval, our support, James, does the support encourage her to get her license and then come back in again for the license to be approved?
Yeah, I think it's really you're hoping to give her direction today about given her record, whether, you know, if everything stayed the same and she came back in, how you would handle her license at that time based on her past. So
Very good.
we've handled it different ways before. You're not necessarily rubber stamping the application, but you're giving her direction as to how you would handle it if she did proceed with getting her education and training.
Okay, thank you, James. Open it up to questions from other commissioners. Jody?
In the past, if you actually approve it, that means unless something else has happened, when she does apply, since she was here, she does not have to come back. If you deny it, she could still apply, but then she has to come back before the commission.
Okay, thank you, Jody.
Yasmin, I just have a few questions. Have you talked to anyone in the state about getting like, what the path into real estate and the opportunities are like? And what you would like to do if you got your real estate license?
I talked to my cousin. He's a active real estate broker in Las Vegas. I called him because he had a lot of knowledge last time we were on vacation. He was talking about a lot of stuff. He does podcasts and stuff like that. I was gonna reach out to an actual real estate agency, but I didn't really want to reach out without too much of assurance because I didn't want to be just, I don't know, I Googled a lot by myself.
That's understandable. I just want to make sure that I have the understanding of your criminal altercations. One was auto theft, is that correct?
Yes, that case was dismissed. And
Whose car was it?
it was this guy, and
You knew him?
kind of, but barely. I just met him that day, and he was being violent towards me, so I took off. I didn't have nothing else to really lose, or like I was like in a bad predicament. I was going through something, and he was being like an aggressor, so I took his car. I was just like, I'll give it back to you later, but like if you really, I'll drop it off to the police if they, or I'll give
worry.
you back your car, but I just wanted to leave the situation.
How long have you been a cashier at Village Pantry?
3 months, but my prior job at JD Sports was like for a year and 6 months.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions? No.
Ms. Payton, so the documents that you gave us with your application, is that the entirety of all the times that you've been in trouble with law?
Yes.
Okay. And the furthest back item, is that the March of 2021? Do you remember, let me ask it this way, do you remember being in trouble with the law before 2021?
No.
Okay.
And just to clarify the timeframes, it looks like you either went into county jail or DOC. The beginning of 2024, you were there for half a year, so you got out towards the end of 2025, so 10 months ago. It was a
No, I
little-
got out in 2024, February.
Okay, okay. I had that the opposite then.
I think we can,
You know,
we can wrap it up.
yeah.
Yeah.
Personally, I don't know that I'm prepared to provide this kind of carte blanche approval of your license, of your issue, of your license right now. But I'm only speaking for myself, but I think I would feel more encouraged if when you begin taking the classwork, you find a managing broker, the person who runs a real estate company, whether big or small, and get real close with that person and learn what the job's all about. And get his or her assurance that if you're licensed, he or she will take you on board and I'm going to use the word supervise, but you'll sit through 90 hours and you'll learn a lot about the legal side of real estate, but not a lot about the practical side of working with buyers and sellers. And that'll be the job of that managing broker. And I would be more inclined to send you into our industry, having that, knowing who that person is, and that you've come to really understand the wonderful joys of real estate and the challenges of being a real estate professional. I really commend you for the way you've risen above some very difficult situations, and we're probably, quite frankly, with some men, some fellow males who were not necessarily looking out for your best interests. And I admire your courage.
Thank you.
Ms. Payton, I think that, I think time tells a lot. And you haven't been, you were incarcerated less than 2 years ago. And I think one of the things that you need to make sure is over the next, I would say 12 to 24 months, you really build a stable foundation for yourself with some consistency in your job. And if you choose to take the real estate course, I agree with Charlie in terms of finding a mentor ahead of time, because real estate can put you under a lot of pressure. It's not a guaranteed paycheck. And so financial stability or instability can bring a lot of pressure in people's life. So you need a support system around you. And the other thing, I think it comes down to a question of judgment and discernment. You will be in a position when you have a real estate license that your judgment is put to test over and over again in some high pressure environments. And based upon maybe some of the choices that you chose to make in the past, which led you to where you are today, maybe tends to send a sign that maybe they weren't the best decisions. And, but, you know, people get past that. And I believe that you can, and I applaud you for wanting to continue your education. And we all believe in second chances. So I think really the next 12 to 24 months is really going to unveil to yourself if you're ready for a real estate career. And so I would, again, I don't think we're ready to give you a pre-approval that if you get your license that you will 100% be approved. But I think it's a lot about the story and the journey that you lead from here until the time you get your real estate license. And also, if you take the pre-licensing course, pass the test, pass the state test, bring some, I would bring some, what word am I looking for? Recommendations. Bring some people with you that are your support group that are around you to support you in your, in a career in real estate. Okay?
Okay.
Yes, I will call, we need, no, we'd have to do it after. So I just need a motion.
I will move that we do not approve the pre-approval. I tried to avoid the word decline.
Second? Okay. Any discussion?
But I can't go to school for it.
No, you can't, we're saying you can go to school.
Okay.
You can go to school and it's an investment, but what we're saying is we can't guarantee if you pass the state pre-licensing course and you pass the state test that we're automatically going to approve your license. We
Right.
want to see what happens and what transpires between now and that time.
Right.
We had a former commissioner who made a comment that I thought was really profound. And it was Norm McLean. And he said, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. Pull these people that look like the future you want around you and learn from them and win their confidence. And I think you have a great profession ahead of you, but
Yeah.
Tracy's spot on. There are some really, really tough moments. And the folks that surround me are the ones who give me the courage to make those tough decisions.
So when we vote, I'm going to be a no. I'm also not going to support the pre-approval. So Ms. Payton, so that you know why, Commissioner Hutton just made a comment a couple moments ago about the trust that's given to folks and how you have to earn that. Commissioner Shook also just made a reference to it, that we're in a position, licensees are in a position of a great deal of trust. I asked you a question a moment ago and you gave me an answer, and I don't think it was a truthful answer. I asked you if you had any incidents before the 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
And a simple Google search shows me that you had an incident at O'Hare Airport in 2020.
Yeah. Oh,
Right.
that I will.
Okay, wait.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I asked you a question a few minutes ago.
That's
You
the
gave me you gave me a
trespass.
pretty good, yeah, you gave me a pretty good answer though, and the answer did not include that 2020 incident, right?
You
So
sorry.
I'm going to use that as an example. Real estate requires you to be very clear and very precise, to work within systems, legal systems, structure systems, and things like that. So that kind of little back and forth, I'm sure you can explain it. You can explain your answer somehow. That's going to be trouble, okay? And just based on using that as one example here today of why I would not support you receiving a license. So that's
I'm
my comment.
sorry. I mixed up. I thought it was in 2021.
Okay, any other further questions? Okay,
I think another part to this is a lot of these arrests are within 5 years.
Yeah.
So you don't have this 5, 10, 15 years, I'm a new person. So that's what we're looking for. And someone that can back you and guide you and change your direction. So all these things are being said to help you. So please take it that way.
Yeah.
That we want to see you succeed.
Thank you.
Just got to get a grip on some of the things that are pretty recent in our world of
Yeah.
situations.
Yes.
okay, well, let's go ahead and take a vote. All those in favor of the motion that we are denying a pre-approval of the license, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Take care. James.
Brandon Ramel? Good morning, Brandon.
Good morning.
So you kind of saw how we approached the pre-approval process. Why don't you tell us a little bit about what has led you here today for a request for a pre-approval?
I bought a house in April and I was working with a realtor. I've always thought that I couldn't be a real estate agent because of my record. And she encouraged me to try the pre-approval process, which I didn't really know anything about at the time. So I applied.
So why don't you give us a little bit of background of your criminal record that you thought might preclude you from getting a license?
Well,
And what's happened since?
I have a few felonies, and my most recent one was a dealing in OWI with endangering. I was sentenced to 6 years. Was sentenced to purposeful incarceration, meaning I do a recovery while incarcerated, while in prison, and I modified out of there on good behavior after 19 months. I've been clean since I got out in November 9th of 2022. And then what led up to it, I was driving erratically on the streets of my truck and visually arguing with my wife at the time. Someone seen the erratic driving, followed us home. I ended up crashing my truck. I was bleeding when the cops eventually came for a domestic disturbance call. So they had the right to search my house, and I had a substantial amount of, I guess you would call it spice or synthetic marijuana, and that's how I got the dealing.
And that was in 2019.
Yes, December 3rd of 19.
Is that the last incident you'd had with law enforcement?
Yes.
What about the encounter in 2023? My notes indicate possession of a synthetic drug.
Yes, I've had a history of possession charges.
And is that the most recent, or have there been any since then?
I think that would be the most recent after
How long
or
have you been,
before,
how long have you been clean and sober?
since April of 21, when I was sentenced to, when I was sentenced and incarcerated.
So you said you've been clean since 2022,
Since 21.
since 21.
I wasn't using in prison in a sense.
What's your employment right now?
I work at Subaru.
What do you know?
I'm sorry, what incident happened in 2023? So you had possession in 2023, but you haven't used since, or you've been clean since 2021?
Oh, I didn't have possession in 23. That there shouldn't be anything in 23.
Okay, that's where
I-
I was confused.
The testimony
Sorry.
was 23, yes. So you just said something about 23, so do you want to clarify what?
Charlie
You know,
said
that might have
something.
been, that was probably me. It was 2013.
Charlie said
2013. Somebody
Oh,
typed it.
2013, okay,
Okay.
that,
Sorry, I didn't catch the year.
yeah. Commissioners, do you have any?
How long have you worked at Subaru?
Before I was incarcerated, I was there almost 4 years, and I've been there almost 4 years now. I went,
8 years total?
yeah, I went right back after I was released. December 12th is when I went back.
Why do you want to get your real estate license if you're working with Subaru?
I
Sounds like you're a car person.
I like helping people, and I really admired my realtor, and she said that she thought I would be really good at it. I enjoy working in a factory in a sense. I'm a team leader and manage the docks and everything that comes into Subaru. We deal with our suppliers in a sense. And I don't necessarily want to stay in a factory for retire from a factory. I would rather get a little bit more of the freedom, help work with people to make the biggest purchase of their lives. And I guess that in a way.
So are you on any kind of probation now?
I am until December 28th.
Okay, that's what.
You mentioned when you bought your house in April, you had this conversation with your realtor, maybe that brought you to this point. So
Yes.
had you given serious consideration to being a realtor before that?
I've always thought that real estate would be a fun career, enjoyable and challenging. And I've ran into a lot of problems with my record, so I never thought it was the same thing before I ever went to Subaru. It took me 2 years to go there because I thought that they wouldn't hire felons.
Right.
So that's kind of what delayed my real estate.
Have you spoken with anyone else about the career of real estate beyond the person that sold you the house, like a broker, a mentor? Just about the realities of
Just
what the job-
previous realtors
Okay.
from when I bought my last house and then the realtor I had before that, but not really brokerages or,
Okay. But you heard us talk before with the prior person about the demands and the details and the trust and a lot of the factors
Yeah.
that go into it. So I just wondered if you had a taste of that from anybody, already.
not other than my current realtor.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, do you have any other questions? I think, I just have a few comments. I think, Mr. Ramel, if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, I applaud you for, being clean since 2021. Congratulations.
Thank
I
you.
also, applaud you for, being the type of person that Subaru would bring back after you were incarcerated. And also that you are a team leader and in charge of managing processes. So that gives me a lot of hope for your future.
Thank you. I
So,
appreciate that.
You have clearly shown that, over the last 5 years that you've kind of have changed your ways, which that's a great sign. So that gives me comfort in your pursuit of real estate.
Thank you.
Tracy, the way I'm kind of looking at this is, I'm gonna call you Brandon because I don't know if I can pronounce that last name.
It's Rimmel.
Remmel. He's done what we're hoping that Ms. Payton will be able to accomplish in the next couple of years.
Correct.
And just being, hometown boy, Subaru is a great employer. You can work there your whole life and retire. It's a hard place to work, physically hard. And it's not easy to move into supervision there. So that's no small achievement. And I'd be inclined to support approving a pre-approval if someone wants to make that motion.
I think the big difference too is that your problems and your arrests were, what, 12, 14 years ago? Well, no, wait.
No,
2019. Okay. 2019 was your last problem,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Okay. So, have a little more time behind you than what we saw before. But the fact that you've had a consistent job and they brought you back after your situation, I think is huge. So I think that says a lot about your work ethics, that you show up.
Thank you.
There's responsibility embedded in that.
Okay, any other questions from commissioners? Do you have any other questions? And if not, would anyone propose to make a motion?
I'll move we approve the pre-approval.
Okay, is there a second? Any discussion? Yes.
I can't issue no probation unless there's a board order.
That's a good call.
It wouldn't, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
It wouldn't have to be on probation. However, staying consistent with your practices in other similar situations, you would typically consider probation,
So he still would have to come back here because he'd have a positive response
pretty much.
when he applied.
Unless he got it really quick. I mean, because the classes, have you started the class?
I haven't.
No.
I wanted to see if it was possible.
Right, so he would still, when he applies, he'd still have to check he has a positive response because he's been convicted of a crime.
We have to see that you're on probation first.
Which, well, I mean, we can approve a license if someone's on probation. We would just, we'd issue his license on probation. So he would have to come back for it, which would give us an opportunity to make sure that he hadn't.
As if it's approved, he doesn't have to come back unless he's committed something else.
Thank
Okay.
December of 29.
28 or
28.
December 28th of this year.
Oh, I thought you were saying December of 2020.
no,
Oh,
I'm
then you're good.
sorry.
No, then then I think,
That's
we-
why I said it was gonna take time
yeah,
for him to take.
so he's gonna have to check a positive response if he, so I think,
We need to clear on whether or not, if we pre-approve and then the application checks positive response.
well, he'd have to come back anyway.
Not unless it's
no.
something.
New, if it's something
He
new,
should answer yes.
right?
Okay, but unless it's something that's happened since,
2019.
2019, like say,
Next
next week
month.
or something, he does not have to come back with the positive response. I just approve it and move on.
So then it's an approval of the. Yeah.
Right,
That-
but his probation is up in this December.
That's assuming probation is actually, he's actually released from criminal probation. I mean, there's no guarantee.
How about if I withdraw my motion?
Well, no,
Can't-
I think it's a good motion. Commissioners, I'll share that I'm a little, not little, I'm a no vote, on this application today, but it's for the exact same reasons. I think that the situation, Mr. Remmel, to me feels a little fresh still. Sounds like you're making progress. That's great. Personally, I like to see that progress to continue and be solid and you to have some good evidence as to what that process looks like, that you have been clean and things like that for some time. So were I to see that in the future, I would totally consider it then. I wouldn't want to pre-approve it now. I want to see it again. So if you feel that you can keep making that progress, and then that it's worth going through the process for you, I'd be more than glad to give you another hearing then and then consider the situation then. And my vote could be different then.
I do also have letters from my probation officer that I failed to submit on the thing, but I do have them if you guys would like them. If,
I mean, I think they should be added, so you have them too.
Is that a copy that we can keep, sir?
yes,
Okay. Yeah.
they're two different ones, one from August 3rd this year and July 21st of last year.
Mrs. Hunt, I still think I would prefer to withdraw my motion because
Okay.
I don't want to create an exception where we'd be issuing him a license not on probation, where it's a real consistent norm we've set.
Okay.
I still am in a respectful disagreement with John that I do think he has made the steps I would want him to make. But every time we make an exception to probation, we regret it. So I think consistency is important. So I don't know if that makes any sense to you. I think it would be better for you and better for us is after you have successfully completed the coursework and the course checkbox, yes, I am on probation, come back in and we'll have another discussion.
Okay.
Does any of that make sense? Because there's a lot to that. Like you can,
I'm under the impression I can go through the course and the schooling and then just wait until I get off probation and
That would be.
reapply.
probably-
it's gonna take you a couple months to go through the course.
Okay.
Unless you're a superstar. But.
He's a superstar.
He's
Pam.
a superstar. He's gonna overcome it all.
Mhm.
But you could still, even if you go through class, you give your license and you're still on probation, we can give you your license. It will be on probation until the first probation is released, your legal probation. But you can still work, you can still sell.
Okay.
But
It's
you-
just noted.
I just want to make sure that we're not pre-approving. You'd have to come back and the
Right.
commission would have to vote to issue you in a license in probationary status, which we can't guarantee you that. So you've got to,
So should I wait until I get off probation?
Not necessarily.
It's
not
like
necessarily,
a
Not
that's,
couple
necessarily.
that's,
Okay,
After you pass everything, you have 1 year to apply. So you could
Okay.
pass and wait till after that was up, then apply. But then on that application, there's a question about that. Have you done something? And you would check yes, you would come before us again. You kind of go through this again, but we would remember you.
okay.
And you would have at that time to say, it's been X amount of time since, nothing's changed. And I think that's what we would all feel
Okay.
a little bit better about.
Understand.
So we're not discouraging you from doing it at all. Actually, we think you should do it.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
Be very consistent in our rules and our rulings, so we don't have a lot of
Yeah, I understand.
crazy different decisions. So a lot of it's about consistency.
Charlie, do you want to make another motion then?
I can.
Yeah, well,
I'll-
I think we should
yeah.
just say we are denying the pre-approval.
Okay,
I'll second that.
okay.
Been
All,
enough discussion, he knows what that means.
all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Good luck.
Okay, thank you.
We hope to see you back here.
Thank you for your time.
Melissa Krubal?
Members of the commission, my name is Mike Gardy. I'm here on behalf of Ms. Krubal. I think this one's easier. We'll see.
Thank you.
And to skip, just to really skip to the point, because I know you have a lengthy agenda, and I hope Jody will tell you, I try to make things easier, generally. This is an issue of unfortunate conviction that occurred for DUI. Ms. Krubal hopes that she'll be renewed. This is a personal appearance on renewal application. She hopes she'll be renewed on probation, consistent with the precedent that you all discussed on the prior two issues. Mr. Shook, I've watched prior hearings. I know that you like to lead the questioning. I don't want to subvert that, but if you want, I could summarize if that's okay. Okay.
Why don't you remind us of the conviction in late 2024 DUI?
I can address it, and then of course, Ms. Kruwas here as well. Her conviction was actually in as you said, 2023. Okay, the arrest occurred in 2022. The conviction occurred in January. You're correct, Mr. Shook, in January of 24. You may, if you recall, I'd be incredibly surprised, but we actually personally appeared.
I remember.
Oh, very good. Okay, yeah, that's impressive. So we were here. We presented these issues to the board. At that point, she'd not been convicted. Obviously, unfortunately, she has now, but nothing has changed with the underlying facts. In fact, they've just gotten better. Ms. Krubal has completed counseling, which has been, or she's engaged in counseling, excuse me, which has been tendered to the board. Ms. Krubal is in compliance with probation. We tendered 2 letters, and that's because the conviction came from Illinois, but she is being monitored in Indiana. So that's why you may say, well, why are there 2 letters? That's why. And then ultimately, Ms. Krubal has also been in compliance with the MAD Victim Impact Panel. Ms. Krubal is scheduled to be discharged from probation in January of 2027. When she's finished with that, obviously, if the board does renew and place her on probation, she's anticipated she may come back in at that time and seek removal of those terms. Obviously, Ms. Krubal can testify, but I will tell you, you may remember from 2 years ago, she was incredibly anxious. She's incredibly anxious today. She lives in the region. Her home was hit by a tornado yesterday. Yeah, it's awful. The windows were blown out. So she's had a heck of a run. There's some personal issues as well. The one thing she's done since we last sat before you is maintained her sobriety. She's been sober for over 4 years. She remains incredibly committed to maintaining her license. We would ask that the board the commission grant her request for renewal. Thank you.
I'm kind of surprised that she appeared and we put her license on probation. We didn't?
She was Ms. Hunt, she was renewed at that time without free and clear 20.
Oh, because she had been
Correct.
convicted.
That's the judgment of conviction had not
There-
been entered.
there we go. Okay.
That's exactly
Okay.
right. So this would be a new restriction
Gotcha.
that obviously relates back to prior conduct, but is obviously also consistent with what this board, I know this board does when folks are on criminal probation.
I would move that we renew Melissa's license in a probationary status with terms that run concurrent with the criminal probation.
I'll second that.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Do you agree?
We do agree.
Okay, thank you. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you, members.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Good to see you, Mike.
Jody, it's always good to see you. I don't see you as much. I'm glad you're back. I hope your trip was good.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, GA.
Michael Smith? Hi, Michael.
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm all right.
You kind of seen how this goes. So you checked a positive response on your renewal application.
Correct.
And so why don't you tell us a little bit about what happened and
My son's mother, we've been off and on for like 6.5 years. She was illegal at the time and she was working on her visa. We had a son together and she had filed a protective order against me for checking on my son. The judge granted it to her. And then last summer, May, she's like, she called my family, said she wants to work things out. She still had the protective order on, was supposed to come off on July of, or sorry, not July, April of 26 this year. She moved in with me. I was under the impression that she was going to take off the protective order. So her and the kids were living with me. Then she she got mad about the kids because about just normal house chores and stuff like that. So she's like, well, I'm just gonna move back to my house. So she moves back to her house, and I had my son that week. I was on a 2-week vacation, and it was at the end of my second week, and I had our son. It was her week to have him, and I was like, I need to get stuff done around the house. So I couldn't get a hold of the babysitter, so I dropped my son off at her house, and she had called the cops on me. So they came in for violation. So that was July. Yes. So that was July 10th when that happened, and then they just sentenced me on sometime in May. But there was everything was, there's no probation, nothing like that. I've never been in trouble. No, it wasn't this. I mean, they marked me as a misdemeanor, C.
So you're currently not on probation?
No. I just had to pay a fine, $130. But I've never been in trouble ever till this. And I come to find out that it was, she found a loophole to get her legal citizenship. So she needed me to get charged.
Commissioners, do you have any additional questions for Mr. Smith?
So there's no probation, there's nothing.
Nothing.
That's what
Would anyone like to make a motion?
I would say we grant.
Renewal. Is that your motion? Second? Brian, second it. All those in, any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck, Mr. Smith.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Jennifer Miller.
Jennifer online by chance?
Early, you wanna?
Hello.
So this is a story for the Water Commission. Father wasn't in Arizona.
Correct. Correct.
Your license.
So my original real estate agent and broker's license was out of, or is out of Arizona, and we have a property management company there. I have, and I included this in my letter of explanation that I believe we had submitted in, but I have a former property management client that we terminated the property management agreement on him because his tenant had generated a bunch of homeowners association violations, and the notices were not sent to my office. So they were going directly to the subject property. So it was a couple, $1,800 to $2,000, if I remember correctly, by the time we finally realized that the tenant had generated all these violations. So I reached out to the tenant and let the tenant know that these had been generated after consulting with the owner of the property. And we offered to make a payment arrangement for the tenant to pay off these HOA violations. But that really upset the tenant, and the landlord of the property happened to be a real estate broker out of Hawaii. And so his name was very easy to find on the internet. So the tenant got upset with us as the management company because we were trying to get him to pay these fines. And so he reached out to the landlord of the property directly. So the landlord of the property
continued or had conversations with the tenant that we were not involved with. So we were not able to maintain our agency relationship and representing him as the owner of the property because he carried on these conversations with the tenant directly. So we ended the property management agreement because he was communicating outside of the terms of our management agreement. And the owner of the property got upset and filed a complaint with Arizona, claiming that we had charged fees that we should not have charged, that we shouldn't have kept those fees from the tenant. So he filed a complaint with the Arizona Department of Real Estate. All of my documents, my property management agreement and my lease agreement are reviewed by two different attorneys with any revisions that we put into place. So the documents that we had as working documents have been reviewed multiple times. And the Department of Real Estate reviewed the complaint and they found that the contract was not clear. And as a result, they sent me a consent decree, and under the advisement of our attorney, I signed the consent decree, and included in the consent decree was penalty CE classes, which have all been completed, and there was a fine that was assessed that was paid, and I'm 100% up to date with any fines or assessments or penalties. I've disclosed this everywhere that it needs to be disclosed, which is why I'm here with all of you.
And based on what I read, this has happened since your last renewal in Indiana.
Correct.
Questions?
I don't have any questions. Anyone else?
I'd move that we renew her license.
Okay.
I do have one question. Miss Miller, sorry. So are you managing broker for your own firm?
In
in Indiana?
In Arizona, I am the broker and owner. My husband and I own the brokerage in Arizona. Oddly enough, as the case may be, in Indiana, I got my license and it's been inactive since I obtained it. So I've never turned it active. So I haven't even practiced in Indiana.
Did you live here?
No, I'm here from Phoenix today, so thank you
Came in?
for calling me early. Yes, I flew in from Phoenix just for this meeting.
That's kind of why I thought we might see you online.
I asked and they said that I had to come in person, so.
I'm afraid that was the right answer.
Right, that's what I wanted to find out because it doesn't look like it's connected to any entity here in Indiana currently.
Correct, it's housed with the state right now.
Right, so you're not practicing, which is the right
Correct.
answer, so thank
Correct.
you. Okay.
Okay, so Charlie has a motion on the table to approve. Right? Second, or renew, second?
Second.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
Lori Ryder.
Hi. Hi, Lori. You've seen how all this goes.
Yes.
So, it looks like that there was a complaint filed in September of 25.
Yes.
You want to talk to us about that?
There was my client was also a general contractor, and I should have let them know that, and I didn't. I gave him the code to get in because it was a general, and it was a vacant property, and I should have given more thought to it and communicated better, and I didn't. And when the other managing broker got upset, the next day I immediately contacted the legal hotline and said, she's upset, tell me what I did wrong so that it'll never happen again. Legal hotline said, you're fine. Then the charges came down. I'm like, I'll pay the fines.
I just want it to go away. I've been doing this almost 4 decades. I want to get along. I want to do it legal. I know how important real estate is. And it's much more important, I mean, to be honest and fair with everybody, including your other realtors and managing brokers. And the communication is unbelievable. And I dropped the ball and I'm owning it.
Right. So it looks like that you went before the ethics hearing panel for
I-
IAR Professional Standards Committee, and they found you guilty of not being with the, so this general contractor had written a contract.
He was the buyer, yes.
He was the buyer, and then you allowed him to go back into the house without you, and you
Without
gave
me.
him the code.
Yes.
And then that's when the agent,
She contacted me
he contacted you and said, why is
and
he
she was
here?"
upset.
Yeah, well, I would be too.
Yes.
Because you're not supposed to do that. So, all right, but you have been, so you paid the fine, that was in
Yes, ma'am.
October 25.
Yes, ma'am.
Everything has been taken care of.
Yes, ma'am.
correct? Had to take a class, you were fine. Was
Yes,
there
ma'am.
anything else?
No,
I
ma'am.
think that was it, wasn't it?
Yes, ma'am.
Lori, are you the managing broker?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have other agents working?
I have 2 other agents. This is my second agency. I was a managing broker, designated broker in Tucson, Arizona also. How ironic. This is the first anything that I've had on my license. It means a great deal to me to not, I mean, this is important. This is a very important job and
I just have one other question.
Yes,
In
ma'am.
the decision from the Indian Association of Realtors, it said that you testified that you always go with the buyers in the first showing and occasionally on the second or third showing.
I knew that I wanted to correct that, but they said I'm not allowed to talk about it once the hearing was, once everything is sealed, I'm not allowed to talk about it anymore. Because I worked with a lot of investors as well. My ex-husband, he was a commercial agent. Anyway, so I am so sorry. I just totally lost my train of thought.
I was just asking about the testimony that you gave that.
Oh,
that you
because
go-
investors, when I take investors through, the first time, they know what they've got their net sheets, they've got their own way of doing things. You never, I've never had to take an investor back through twice or a general contractor when they go through. If it's a single family, or if it's a private individual, you have to take their whole family through and their aunt and their uncle and their grandpa and their brother and their sister.
I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't your business practice.
Oh, God,
when you're working with
no.
investors, that you take them through the first time and then you let them go back on their
No,
own.
that's so
second and
wrong.
third.
That's
Okay,
just.
I just wanted to clarify that because
That is what.
that's what it said.
right.
So
I know, but I
thank-
can't change it. They said once it's in writing, I'm not even allowed to talk to them about it.
Okay.
I mean,
Commissioners, do you have other questions for Mrs. Ryder?
I do. Ms. Ryder, what, you mentioned that when this situation developed, you called the State Association's legal
the
hotline.
legal hotline, I
Mhm.
spoke to a attorney by the name of Ann, was her
Okay.
name.
Okay.
And that was in the trial. That was the only reason I moved forward with it instead of just paying the citation.
Do you remember what the question was that you asked them? to
I
give you
told them the
clarification on?
full, told her the whole incident. I let her know that the other managing broker was upset. I didn't want her to be. I've reached out to her to try to settle it without doing any kind of this, and here we are.
John, can I continue on that? I thought I just want to make sure I clarify this. I thought I heard you say that the hotline suggested you're fine.
No, the
Okay,
hotline
because-
said I was
'cause
fine.
Fine,
Because on the contract, it specifically says in the contract, and this is what they told me, but I did wrong because I didn't let the other managing broker know that it was a contractor, general contractor going through, I assumed. So I know I did wrong on that for sure. But unfortunately, in our contract, it says right here that general contractors, appraisers and inspectors can go unrepresented with the broker. Where I messed up was, where I totally messed up was the lack of communication and telling her that he was a GC when he was going through. Because when we went through, it's been pointed out to me, and they're so right. When they went through, we almost had to tie baggies around our feet because it was in the state and we couldn't breathe. So we was mostly outside. So the house was on the market for a very long time. That's all irrelevant. The sellers needed to know, the other agent needed to know. And so I just sent the general contractor back to get a materials list. He said, I need a materials list so I could possibly bid it again. Because we'd already had a bid on it. He'd already seen it.
Well, and that could have been a part of it, is he was the buyer.
That's it, bingo, right there. That was it. And that will never happen again. I do not want to be sitting in this chair.
We don't want to see you there.
Any other questions from commissioners? John, do you have any? Okay. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve a license for renewal.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. Kathleen Sass? There, Kathleen Sass? Haley.
Circle back.
Yeah, we'll circle back. Haley Estrance is continued. Teresa Massey? Teresa Massey here?
Here she is.
Hi. Hi, Teresa.
You've seen how we handle all the other people before you. So it looks that in November of 25, that you have been charged with invasion of privacy and trespassing. And that was after a situation in, December of 24. There was a protective order for stalking. Do you want to just talk to us about this situation?
My ex-husband,
Is your microphone so we can hear?
my ex-husband placed a no contact or protective order so that we couldn't communicate during our divorce. I'm not sure how else to elaborate on it.
It indicates you violated that protective order.
Pardon me?
Did you violate that protective order?
I pled guilty to it because I was arrested.
Could you tell us more about that?
I was in an area on the other block, and the officer that knew us both arrested me.
Were you a block away from the property or on the property?
I was not on the property. I was a block, like a half a block away.
So we're trying to figure out, so your ex-husband put a protective order against you,
Yeah.
and that was in December of 24. And then in January of 25, there was a criminal trespass, and then in November of 25, there was invasion of privacy trespassing. So if you were a block away, I'm struggling trying to figure out, what did that block away, how did that fall into these three charges?
Wait,
I mean, it says you were on the property.
Yeah, I'm not sure why I got the trespassing.
Yeah, read this wrong. Did you?
No, yeah, it's on there. I just don't understand like why I was,
Are you currently on probation?
yes,
When is your probation co- term complete?
mm, in 27 of November.
November
November 2020.
2027?
Yeah.
Have you had any other violations of the protective covenants since that?
With the protective order? No.
Any other involvement with law enforcement other than routine traffic violations?
I believe that's all, yes.
That's kind of a soft answer.
Yes.
Okay.
Wait, yes, you have, or no, you haven't?
No, I haven't.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I don't know.
No.
Yeah, I do. Ms. Massey, I appreciate you being here today. Obviously, part of what we're trying to assess is whether this encounter with law enforcement and the courts was a one-off event or part of a larger pattern, and whether that's a pattern that would impact the public. That's kind of what we're charged with here. And I have to be honest with you, I'm struggling a little bit with your answers. They sound evasive, maybe. I'm not sure you mean them to sound that way, but that's how I'm hearing them. So if you could say something or explain it a little bit differently to convince me that there isn't something else going on. It sounds pretty mysterious.
Okay, I'm not sure what else to say about it. Well, I mean, my ex-husband did make a phone call to me yesterday and I didn't respond to that, so.
Part of my question
If-
came from, all right, on 11/14/25. This is from the chronological case summary. It says criminal trespass, not having contractual interest in property knowingly. So doesn't that mean, they'll tell me what it means. Does that mean that you were on a property that you weren't supposed to be on? Consecutive with prior sentence, 3 and 5, each count. I think we're struggling because you aren't being very specific about
Forthcoming.
these things. I mean, if you, it says criminal trespassing. I mean, that's their words, not mine. So I'm just trying to understand invasion of privacy. Where does all that come from?
Some of it's been dismissed.
Everything was dismissed
Everything's
except the
been
criminal.
dismissed, except invasion of privacy and criminal trespassing. Not having, all the other things have been dismissed. So I think if we focus in on those two,
Okay.
probably might be the best.
Yeah, I would appreciate it if you could explain that to us as well as you have, Commissioner Hutton, but yes.
I'm really nervous. You're not adhering to my rules. Actually, you want us to move information and clarity about what happened and what you're doing to not have those things happen again in the future.
Well, the trespassing was placed on me by my former employer, which my ex-husband and I worked for together. And so since he's still working there, they didn't want me there, so I just didn't go there, but I wasn't arrested on that property, so I was a little confused myself why I had the trespassing on there, but I just pled guilty to it. I was going to, Yes.
Could you tell us about your real estate practice? Is your husband involved as a partner in any of your real estate activities?
No, no, that was a separate employment.
Are you a managing broker or do you work for another company?
No, I worked for a company. I wasn't the managing broker.
And would you call yourself active in your profession right now?
No, I went into referrals. I guess that's active too.
Yeah, that is active.
It is
You're in
active,
referral
but-
status.
Yeah, I was using really more of a colloquial active.
Right.
Part of your everyday life. And I understand the answer. Are you feeling okay today? You just seem very, very, very reserved, and it could be just nervousness.
Yeah, I'm a little nervous. I can't afford to. I'm just a little nervous, I guess. I drove a long way.
I'm sorry, you
I
prior
drove a long way to get here.
told me you are currently on probation?
Yes.
Okay. So,
Probation from a real estate license or?
no, she's on criminal probation due to the, yes, the invasion of privacy and the criminal trespassing.
I would, can we talk?
Sure,
here, or,
sure.
I would feel, a lot more comfortable. I represent the consumer. My peers here are all real estate agents, and I would feel more comfortable if someone from your practice, another broker, or someone professionally would come here to support, that you're, able and, to do your duties, and, that would make me feel more comfortable.
Judy, could we have a verification of her license for a second? Make sure that I understand what the status is.
Then referral status, but due to the positive response, she's valid practice.
Okay.
But let's say you approved it, it would go back to referral status and then get renewed.
Can you tell when she moved into referral status? I guess I could ask the licensee, when do you remember moving your license to referral status? Is this recently or years ago or?
I believe in 24.
24, so a couple of years back.
Yeah.
Miss Massey, have you ever had any disciplinary actions with your real estate license?
No.
Or any other criminal charges outside of the domestic dispute with your
No.
husband or ex-husband?
No.
No?
No.
No other issues? Okay.
That's in 2023.
Oh,
End of
23.
2023,
Okay,
like
it's
December
about what she remembers.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
that helps.
And Miss Massey, you're wanting to retain your real estate license?
Yes, I wanted to keep it if I could.
You gonna keep it in referral status?
For now, yeah. And then maybe transfer it out of state if,
Well, you can't transfer your license out of state. It doesn't work that way. You're only
Or-
licensed in the state of Indiana. So you'd have to get a real estate license in another state.
right, yes.
Okay. Okay, commissioners, any other discussion? Brian, anyone? No? Would anyone like to make a motion? Well, we have to have some motion. Okay, I'll give you guys.
There's no constraints that we can put on the license regarding referral status versus
No,
not
but-
referral status.
Her license, if it is renewed, it should be on probationary status to run congruent with her criminal probation.
Okay, so it'd be,
She also could move it, it would be.
Right.
Referral to exit,
Exactly.
correct.
yeah.
We also, we try to be consistent, but sometimes we could be,
Mhm.
more professional voice. No other. We all have bad days and just a lack of
Microphone, Charlie.
detail and context in the answers to the questions, and we've tried to pose the questions a lot of different ways. And again, that we all have days of low energy and all of that, but I am having trouble following our protocol of renewing on probation, but I don't have a good reason to do that. That doesn't give you much direction, but that's
Well,
why
I
I'm
mean, I don't,
thinking right now.
thank you, Charlie. I don't want to speak for all the commissioners, Ms. Massey, but I think the challenging part here is we're here to make sure that we're protecting the public. And if issuing you a renewal in your license, even on probationary status, is it a threat to the public at all? And I think the uncertainty is coming from, because we didn't hear from you, of what led up to a restraining order from your husband? Or your ex-husband, what caused that? What caused some of these other charges, the stalking, and even though some of them were dismissed, the story that really helps us say, you know what, yeah, we should be reissuing her a license on probationary status. So if there's any additional light that you could shed on that, it might give us more confidence in moving forward.
Well, I was trying to speak to him about our divorce and he didn't want to talk to me, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And maybe if I could add to what you're saying, a lot of what we do is we communicate on behalf of our clients. And often we can communicate maybe clearly, a little more emotionally, but in a way that's fair without violating the trust of our client. And would be difficult to negotiate or to work with someone who's this concealed in what they have to say. And I guess that's my reservation.
There are possibilities that this morning our prescription drug is something that is taking your mood to a level that doesn't allow you to answer the questions with the clarity that we're experiencing.
No, I'm just nervous. Yeah.
Commissioners,
I have a question. Oh,
okay.
what if I put it in, can I put it in an active status until my probation is done?
Okay.
I-
So if I could ask a similar question, maybe we'll get to it. So if we were to not approve the renewal as requested here today, then the license turns to inactive. No? Expired. So is not referral status any longer, it's expired, is with a referral company, but that doesn't matter, right? Okay, and then if she wanted to activate after expired, the process is what?
She would have to fill out activation, application, pay the fee and that type of thing.
Basically, she'd have to ask to have it reinstated.
Yeah.
And we would
which is
go through,
activation
we
form.
would go through a very similar sort of process again.
That's gonna be my motion. Well, no. I'm announcing that I'm about to.
Because I'm actually having a tough time with this one.
Yeah, we are.
Because this is clearly a domestic incident and there's nothing outside of the period that she's had her license where there's ever been anything with the public.
Right.
And where we have issued people in probationary status with other incidences that clearly could have impact on the public. So I think we need to be very, very thoughtful with this.
I
Yeah.
agree.
Correct.
Yeah, I mean,
I agree. And I have no problem, waiting until the probation is up and inviting you to come back again.
Okay.
And maybe bring a colleague or a peer.
I think the challenging part, we either will approve her renewal or deny it. And if we deny her approval, then she goes into or expired. She has what window of time?
Oh,
There's no time,
Yeah.
whatever. Okay.
for her to reinstate, yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I'd like to offer a motion.
Thank you, John.
Move that we decline the renewal of this license today.
So is there a second? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. How many ayes did we get?
Raise your hands.
2, 3, 4, 5, okay. Thank you. And opposed or nay? 3 nays, so motion carries. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. So unfortunately, your license has not been renewed.
Okay.
And it will go into expired status. You can reinstate it.
There's a path.
There's a path for reinstatement. But I would wait until probably maybe after you get through your probationary period.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hutton, could we take a brief break?
Yes, we will take a brief break. Thanks, John. Okay, next we have Paige Treptow. Is Paige here? Nope. Tan Kayen Kai? Atan Kayen Kai? Say it twice because I did it so well. Ashlyn Cook. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. You want me to introduce myself? I'm Kim Ward, your managing broker.
Hi, Kim. Okay, you've seen how this goes.
Yes.
Tell us what brings you here.
Yes, in May, late May of 2025, I was arrested for a DUI, for DUI.
Is the
that I
mic
was-
on and can you speak
Oh,
into
I'm
the
sorry.
mic?
I will just speak up. Yes, in May of 2025, I was arrested for a DUI. I was then sentenced in September. I was placed on court supervision for a year. I was not placed on probation. And so that supervision will be up in September. I believe it's September 7th, so a little under a month of this year will be up. With court supervision, I just have to check in to the alcohol countermeasures program once a month, which I have done, and I have been sober since my arrest. I also completed an additional course required by the county to start the alcohol countermeasures program.
Commissioners, questions for Ms. Cook?
So was this the first time you've ever had any arrests or?
Yes, I have
Problems with that?
not ever even had as much as a speeding ticket, and I still have not.
So,
So was there something that led up to this? It says endangering a person. Was there someone in the car with you then?
Yes, I was with a good friend of mine at the time who was in from out of state.
Okay.
And it was just a night of poor decisions.
When's your probation up?
It's not probation, it's court supervision, and it's over on September 7th, this
Okay,
next
so you're
month.
not currently on criminal
No.
probation.
Okay, so there's no probation.
No, I was not placed on probation.
Okay.
Treated it as probation in the past.
Oh, have we?
So
Okay.
what will be the result
From
of your,
supervision.
charges at the end of that supervision? Do you know? Will they be
There-
dismissed?
There is no, I don't believe they're
So it's a-
changing the
so
result
it's
of
a
my charges.
deferral Program essentially.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So that's the difference between supervision and probation? Or
No, I think,
I've not heard it, and I won't pretend to know all the differences between the options there, but, we've seen pretrial diversion agreements where, you do A, B, and C things, and then the charges are essentially dismissed, if you complete the program without any
Okay.
additional issues.
Yeah.
So it sounds like that to me.
that's, okay.
She doesn't think they'll
Yeah.
actually ever be dismissed.
I don't know that they'll be dismissed, but I know they're not. I was told they're not changing. This is just what I had to do as a result of my charges.
so commissioners, would you like to, anyone want to make a motion?
I know we've been here for a long time, but if I could speak on her behalf, she's worked for me since she was 17 years old. Her mother's a realtor and she also works for me and she just had a passion for getting into real estate, which, how old were you, you got your license?
I was 18 when I got my license.
And literally, she came in crying in my office when this happened. She's a good kid.
Yeah. Yes. Yes. Thank you.
No probation, just renewal.
Does it need to be tied to the supervision, court supervision?
I'm
Well-
just asking.
Less than a month.
Just renew it.
Just renew it.
Then that's what your
Okay.
motion was.
I'm good with that.
Okay, and we got a second for Donna. Any discussion? All those, oh,
3 cheers for her being.
yes.
Yes, she is wonderful. I'm greatly appreciative
Yes.
of her.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you very much.
You're
you, Ms. Cook.
welcome. Melissa Roop. Oh. Miss Ward, will you tell our other commissioner that she can come back in? Beth.
And before we get
Yeah.
started, I apologize. I forgot to upload Melissa's information, but it is there now. So, sorry.
Look, I thought I missed it. Thank you. for saying that.
I was looking for it last night.
Well, Beth brought it to my attention. I'm like, what? I don't know, do you?
I work for her, so
Up to
probably.
you.
Then, yeah.
Probably it's best. And then you can tag Beth back in.
Yeah, tag Beth. So we're reviewing this.
I did upload that like a month ago, just to let you guys know.
Sorry.
It wasn't like last minute. I uploaded all my stuff probably a month ago at least. Okay, Jody. I also have a lot of my documentation with me if you guys want me to pass it around.
Let's wait until Beth gets back in here and then we'll start.
Okay.
Okay, hi Melissa, I'm Charlie.
Hi,
You've
Charlie.
seen- You've seen this, so, but I'll still go through it. We had a chance to quickly look at your documents, and it looks like in 2024, you were pulled over and received a DUI, and you are on some probation right now. So if you could kind of just tell us about that night, what the judicial proceedings
Yeah, my
led to.
DUI was actually in 22.
22.
Yep.
God, Just took a
And
while, is that what?
yeah, it has been a while. And I did appear before you. Brian Thompson was here the last time I was here. And I was on probation with you guys. And in 24, why I selected yes on my application when I reapplied was because I got hit with, I was on a suspended license and haven't driven in like 2 years. And I was in Carmel on Memorial Day. My daughter had just graduated from college, is in a med school. She's extremely intelligent, and she was driving my Lincoln Aviator. And we were actually shopping on Marketplace for things for her new apartment in Ohio. And she got really scared of driving. I didn't think at all. And as a mother, my instinct kicked in, and I changed seats with her to drive back to Noblesville. That was about 12 minutes. And as soon as I pulled out of the parking lot, I had a Carmel police officer sitting in that parking lot. I didn't even think, I wasn't trying to hide anything. Jim Boyles was my attorney. There was some confusion with my driving privileges at the time. And I pulled out of the parking lot. They read my license plate. They pulled me over. They made a pretty big scene in front of my daughter, which is completely my fault. Not her fault at all, but I just made a really poor decision. And since then, I've paid quite a bit of consequences for that. I served 30 days in jail. I was on probation on home detention. The last time I was here, you asked me this about how I could sell real estate on home detention. So for 4.5 years, I've had an assistant that has driven me everywhere. So my sphere of influence and most of my business is in Fort Wayne, Indiana. But because of personal circumstances, I moved to the Noblesville area in 22, carried on my practice in Fort Wayne after selling FC Tucker in Fort Wayne. And so I had some personal circumstances that brought me here in the first place. And it just seems like I've been in trouble ever since I've gotten here, to be honest. And I've been able to still practice. I've still sold quite a bit of real estate. I have letters of recommendation from clients. I also have letters of recommendation for reinstatement from colleagues, coworkers that I've helped coach in my Fisher's office at FC Tucker. I've been pretty honest about where I've been and where I'm heading now, hopefully. So I can see exactly why you guys are concerned about what I've done, and I can't really change that. I have always practiced real estate with due diligence, my fiduciary duties, very ethical, and I do a really good job. And this is my livelihood. Going through all of this, I have a mom that lives with me that has Alzheimer's. So it has really cost us a lot of money. So if you live in Hamilton County, Indiana, based off of after I sold FC Tucker and I ended up moving here, I did not go into an LLC. So what I paid Hamilton County starting out was $4,000 a month. And I handled that and did that. I even brought my fee sheet. So I think this whole thing has cost me about $300,000.
Well, I'm not even gonna dig into that.
Yeah.
I understand. Could I repeat it back to see if I've got it right?
Yeah.
In 2022, you had an incident that led to an OWI,
Yes.
and you were put on probation.
Yes.
And was your license
I was
suspended?
on home detention. So yes, I got 2 DUIs within a 6-month period.
Gotcha. So it was the
One
second
in
one.
Allen County and one in Hamilton County.
Those were back in the vicinity of 2022.
Yes.
Okay.
One was 21.
Okay. Fast forward. You're with your daughter.
Yep.
She doesn't want to drive, you drive.
Yep.
And that was the result of the license still
Yeah.
being suspended.
Yeah.
Okay.
I honestly, I didn't even know, I mean, obviously I look like a criminal on paper, but I didn't even know that there was such a thing as a habitual offender at the time. And that my license, I was working on with Jim Voiles to get my license back. And Jim Voiles is one of the best attorneys in the state of Indiana. When my daughter called to let him know I was arrested, he was like, no, no, it's Memorial Day. I'm not going to do this today. I'll get her out of jail tomorrow, but I've got her license all handled. So there was some complications there too. But in order for me to go in front of the court, my option was to fight that if they did find me guilty in a trial jury, I would go to jail for 2 years. And I couldn't do that. I obviously am responsible, a full-time caregiver to my mom and single. So I just said, then what can I do to get out of this the quickest? And they said, would you go to jail for 30 days? And well, 19, I'd already served 11 during that Memorial Day period. And then after that, go on home detention.
Okay. And what year was that? Was that this year?
No, that was in 24.
24.
I'm
Okay.
completely off probation. I've served my sentence in jail for the additional 19 days because I mean it's you get one day counts as 2 basically in jail. So I served that, and then I ended up coming out, going right into home detention with a bracelet on my ankle, and then I had privileges to work. So I was still able to commute to Fort Wayne or around the area and represent buyers and sellers. I list houses more than I probably represent, but I still drove to Fort Wayne, not me personally, but my assistant a couple of times a week.
Okay. And so now just again to summarize, you are not on criminal probation today, correct?
No, I'm not. I'm free.
The status,
Yeah.
status of your driver's license.
Yeah, I have specialized driving privileges. They cleared me. I can drive from here to Fort Wayne. And I can drive to Marion County. I mean, this is all for work related, obviously.
Sure.
I don't do a lot of Marion County, but I do quite a bit I do some in Hamilton County, mostly Fort Wayne.
I have no other questions.
Does anyone else have any questions? For Mrs. Ruth? No?
I move we renew her license.
Is there a second? Okay, the motion is to renew license. Any discussion? No? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Hey, thanks you
Opposed?
guys.
Motion
I really
carries.
appreciate it. This is hopefully to the end, and I'll do my best. I know. I mean, I don't either because I recognize a lot of faces, but I really appreciate this from the bottom of my heart. I'll do what I can to stay out of trouble. All right. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hear your mama.
Yeah, I sure will. Thank you. Bye, Brian.
Next up, we have Anthony Giglio. Well, let's wait for Commissioner Krebs to get back in here. I was like, which one's gone? Good afternoon, Mr. Giglio.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you for your detailed statement as well. Charlie, you want to, or Pam?
Mr. Giglio, do you want to we've got your discipline statement, all the information you've sent. Do you want to just kind of review that with us and give us a quick synopsis of why you're here today?
Yes, so it basically boils down to there was discipline on my Colorado license. That was in, I believe, 2023. And then discipline on Wisconsin license that was in January of 2024. Everything post that that has been discipline on the license has been related to failure to self-report those two incidents in other states. So I'm licensed as a real estate broker in 45 states. I've been licensed in Indiana, I think, since 2008 or 9. It was the second state that I got my license in. I live in Ohio, so Ohio is my primary state. That's the quick summary. I can go into more detail if you'd like. I don't want to feel like I'm hiding anything from you, but it's all kind of laid out in the, hopefully in the response.
Question. So you said you're licensed in 45 states. So tell me what that process looks like. You list a property in those states, but you're not present.
Yes. So thank you for asking that question. To clarify, I am licensed in 45 states. In total, in those 45 states, I think I know that it's less than a dozen licensees. I don't list properties in other states. The only state that I actually list properties in is in the state of Ohio where I live, and only in Cincinnati where I live.
Okay.
The rest of the licenses are held for companies. It could be a property management company that requires a license, and they have an agent or an employee that is not required, but the institution needs a license. So we have a couple of those. There's a mortgage referral company based in Florida. So there are various companies that require or want to have a real estate brokerage license, but don't do any, what I'll categorize as traditional listings.
Okay. So what type of company do you have in Indiana practicing here?
In Indiana, I represent a company called New Home Star, and New Home Star is a new home construction sales company. Let's try to get that correct. So they represent a home builder in the state of Indiana, and that home builder does not have a sales organization. So they hire out this company called New Home Star. Currently in Indiana, there is one active licensee. I don't believe there are any active properties. I think the company is in the process of building some homes in Indiana. So in Indiana, there's one active licensee, but I don't think there are any active properties.
Okay. So the license, all right, the whole Colorado thing, talk to us about that. It was something about the documents you used, respondent disregarded or violated provisions.
Okay.
What triggered all of this?
So the company that I represent in Colorado is a company called List with Freedom. And List with Freedom is a for sale by owner MLS listing only company. So a client would come to List with Freedom. They would request to have their property listed in the MLS. And List with Freedom is licensed in all 50 states. They actually only operate in 49. They're not actually operating currently in Colorado and haven't been since 2023 because it's a bit challenging. That being said, what happened in Colorado, Colorado does not allow a broker, there's a lot of things in Colorado. Colorado does not allow a broker to waive specific duties. Across all the other states in which List with Freedom operates, they had a specific form that waived specific duties that the client signed. That was one issue. The second issue in Colorado is all the forms are state promulgated. List with Freedom, again, because of the way their system was working, is they were not using a state promulgated form. The exception to that rule in Colorado is you can use a non-state promulgated form But that form has to be approved by an attorney. So once that requirement was pointed out, that change was made. There's also an issue on that file that talks about missing records or missing files. That's a broad brush for a very specific document, and that specific document was not missing. That document was missing a signature. So I was charged with not retaining files. This was a rather long process with Colorado. We fought with Colorado for probably close to 2 years, and I begged them to remove that. They wouldn't remove it. They wouldn't clarify it. They wouldn't do anything other than list it as the way it's written in their statute. So unfortunately, I have to live with that. I do have the investigator's case file, and that investigator's case file basically says that the document was there, but it was missing a signature. I don't want to place blame. It's my responsibility. I accept that responsibility. There were some interesting circumstances. I felt like the title company should be getting the signature from the unrepresented buyer of the property, but the title company didn't. So again, I'm not saying it wasn't my responsibility to check that. It was, and I accept that responsibility. But that's a little deeper into Colorado. I don't know if that completely covers what you were looking for.
Yeah, there seemed to be a lot there. So you have your continued ed kept up for 49 states?
Yes, there is, I'll let you in on a little secret. There's a hack.
Maybe we don't need to know it.
Well, no, it's a legal hack. I'm not avoiding anything. So there's a company called McKissick, which offers the education, right? So the nice thing about McKissick is they have an all-you-can-eat package. So when I go in to take a CE class, I can take it for multiple states at the same time.
Okay,
That's
I do the
a
same thing.
legal hack. Yes. So I'm not trying to not take
Okay,
any.
I'm just like,
any
why
required
would I
CE.
do this?
Yeah, I know. I have often, at my age now, if I had it to do again, I don't think I would.
Like, show me now.
Yeah.
Okay, so. Anybody else have questions that you want to?
Real quick, what's the status of that disciplinary measure that you talked about in Colorado?
It's closed. I can tell you what I was given a fine, a suspension, and placed on probation. Part of the probation was I had to fill out 8 quarters worth of transactions. There were no transactions. There still have not been any transactions with List with Freedom because we just can't figure out how to make the List with Freedom business model work in Colorado, if that makes sense. The requirements are a little too challenging. So
that probation has been fulfilled and is over.
yes,
Fines have been paid.
correct.
What was the other state you mentioned? Colorado and
Wisconsin.
What happened in Wisconsin?
In
And
Wis-
I don't mean to be lazy.
No.
I read it a couple of nights ago, but I just don't recall.
In Wisconsin, there was a situation again with List with Freedom, where a consumer was listing their property and had told us it was a 4-bedroom property. Wisconsin has a statute, and I will leave it at that, a statute that states that a diligent inspection of the property should be performed, if that refreshes your memory.
You did a video inspection, if I remember
Correct.
correctly.
You are correct.
Okay. And how did that end up?
In Wisconsin, I ended up with a 30-day suspension, a fine, and there were some monitoring requirements that we had to submit. Again, I think it was once a quarter. We had to submit 5 files to them. They picked 3 of those files, and we had to then provide all the documentation showing that everything was done correctly according to the statutes in Wisconsin.
Okay. And is that review or probation period be complete.
That is also complete, yes,
Fine's been paid.
correct.
So these have triggered issues in North Carolina, Maine, California, Kansas, Utah,
Washington, Ohio,
Hawaii, Washington,
yes.
Florida,
Did you have to go in front of
Maryland.
the Hawaii Real Estate Commission?
Unfortunately, no.
Ah,
Or fortunately, because it's a long flight,
It's a
so,
tax deductible.
yeah, it's a tax deductible flight.
And so there's an open case in Ohio because of all of this triggering down from Colorado.
Not only from Colorado, Wisconsin, and then the subsequent states as well. And that open case,
And most of this is self-reporting.
correct. Everything beyond Colorado and Wisconsin. Another lesson learned.
It's exhausting.
It's also very expensive, but yes.
Yeah, I'm sure it is. That's okay. So I guess that's all the questions.
Does anyone else have any questions for Mr. Broderick? Or no, I'm sorry, Giglio?
It's Giglio, but Giglio
Giglio,
is fine.
Giglio.
Yeah, but trust me, that's actually really close, so.
No? Would anyone care to make a motion?
I'm going to move that we renew his license.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. And I guess I thought I might get bonus points for being the furthest away, but Phoenix has got me beat by a long shot.
Evan Broderick.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Broderick.
Afternoon.
You are here due to a positive response on your renewal, correct?
Yes, Madam President.
Okay, and you want to just share with us what transpired and what's
Yeah,
happened since?
I'll step back a little bit. I came into real estate. I went through RECP in 2021. In 2022, I met with you folks and got my license. I came in as a result of basically being suspended as an attorney because of a couple DUIs that I got back in the late teens. And I had, at that point, quit drinking, was on probation, was placed on a probationary license. And not to bring it up for sympathy, but I can't quite tell the story without bringing it up. I have a daughter that within just weeks of being born, we knew was potentially terminally ill. She's got a very severe non-inherited genetic disorder. At 2.5, she almost died. She's undergone a couple brain surgeries. She's now 11, but we've been through quite the ringer on that end. And obviously I was no stranger to the booze by any chance or by any shot, but going through that made things, difficult for me. And I started to have a few lapses in around February of 22, probably about a year before I got arrested. Maybe not quite that time, but in that year period, I drank probably 10 to 15 times, which for somebody that drank every day previously was less, but I knew I was having some issues. I would go and have one beer, be fine, think, hey, I'm doing better. And, then would literally wake up on the floor of my living room for no reason at all. I mean, having drank alone, and I would quit at that point. But I was with her February 19th of 2023. We had just been from the hospital where she was having some problems, and they told us that, now was the time that we could also kind of expect the fun that, kids would start being mean to her. She's got a 40 IQ. And we went out to a birthday party at the roller rink, and sure enough, I was there, and kids were being mean to her during this birthday party. So we left. I took her, she loves Mexican food. I took her to a Mexican restaurant and I ordered a few drinks, and I ordered two of them to be triples, one of them to be a double. I mean, what they had to have done was given me like the tall drink triple. I mean, they had to probably give me like 6 to 9 shots. I'm not sure, but I left with her, got pulled over, you know, at that time, felt fine. Highly doubt that I was. I was arrested. She was taken home. I was taken to the hospital for a blood draw. You know, by that time, when things kicked in, you know, I realized I was definitely drunk. And I was placed in jail. And again, that was February 19th of 2023. I was released a few days later, immediately made contact with Mr. Bittner, with Mr. Nick Rogers, who owns Remax. And yeah, I actually offered to resign at that time. You know, they kind of asked me what my plans were. I've worked, you know, very hard with my daughter to have her have the best life that she can. I mean, by doing what I did, I mean, it was terrible, but that disconnect in my values compared to what I had finally done, I mean, it just clicked for me. That was the last time I've ever had a drink, which will be a week from now, 3.5 years ago. That will be the longest period of time that I've ever went without a drink, without someone constantly in my face, you know, asking me to take a breath test. So, I mean, for all the negatives, it did cause that to click. And I realized that sort of that day. I mean, there were a lot of other things that I continued to work on and continue to work on today. I see a therapist. Starting back then, I went and saw Dr. Kelly with Clear Vista that has admitting privileges with Fairbanks. But like I said, during that time, because these were relapses, I wasn't physically addicted to alcohol or anything. So I went through treatment. I reported to Miss Edens. Mr. Bittner reported to Miss Edens. You know, I was asked report when you renew. Since June rolled around in 2023, which was my 3-year cycle, I reported at that time, came before the board, and it was determined that you guys would sort of take things under advisement pending how the criminal case worked out. And I know there's a lot of members, so I sort of explained what had happened then at the time. And at the end of the hearing, I did get up and, I mean, being a former criminal defense attorney, gave kind of a mealy mouth best that I could. I said, I am trying to seek a plea agreement to plead guilty, you know, likely as charged. I told you guys about my daughter then. This is what I do full time. It is how I support her. And I asked, would that likely result in my suspension? And I wasn't looking for any kind of commitment or anything like that, but obviously I would need to shift gears and will if things go different than what I hope today. But at that time, the board indicated it was likely, you know, if I continued on the path, that you guys would work with me. I pled guilty June of 2025. I was placed in incarceration. I was incarcerated for 6 months. And then I was placed on an additional 5-year sentence, which I'm currently serving, 3 of which is on what they call continuum of sanctions, which is probably a little bit different than what you guys are used to. It is allowed under the Indiana Administrative Code. We're one of only a few counties that do it, but it's a private kind of quasi-government organization within the Criminal Justice Department that evaluates you based on how you're doing. You can be placed in a continuum of programs. If you do well, you're worked down. If you do poorly, they can work you up without taking you before the judge for like a traditional probation violation. I started off in the lowest level of supervision along with sobriety. I was placed on sobriety in part pre-trial, but between the time that I was on sobriety during the sentence and pre-trial, I've taken over 3,000 breath tests and passed them all. countless urine screens. I mean, there's no question, locally that with my corrections, supervisors that, I've not drank, but for all practical purposes, what it would look like to you guys is that I'm on probation. I check in once every couple weeks. They make sure that I'm complying with all of my terms. I'm all caught up on classes, treatment, community service, fines, court fees, et cetera. I mean, given the length of the program, that's a continuing obligation. So I want to say that I've paid that off because of the nature of the program. I can't say for certain that, I mean, I've got basically about 4 years and 3 months left. I can't say for certain I'll be under supervision for that long. It may be less. It would never be more, even in a worst case scenario.
And Evan, you've been sober since the end of 2023. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I mean, the day that I was arrested was the last time I've ever drank in my life, February 19th of 23.
Do you want to introduce us to your colleague?
Yes, this is Jim Bittner. He's my managing broker, and I really do appreciate everything that they've done and how supportive the Remax has been.
Yeah, may I say a couple of words here? Nick Rogers is the owner of our Remax franchise. I've been the managing broker there for a long time. Evan is a very good realtor. I've never had any complaint calls in the five years you've been with us. He's never had any ethics complaints or anything like that. He takes good care of business. He takes great care of his clients. Nick and I both support him as best we can. When Evan gets frustrated, he sends me some texts about like this. And we chat back and forth, and I know when to not respond. But he reaches out to us on a regular basis, and we support him fully. And yes, he made a mistake, a major mistake, and he's paid a dear price for it. And his mom lives across the street from us, and so we have seen the toll that it's taken on her too. But he's a good man with a good heart, and we support him. It's that simple.
Thank you for being here.
Sure. Yeah, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Any other questions from the commissioners? No questions? Would you like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, and you may all not agree, but you're in a program that is probably uniquely perfect for you. But it sure looks like probation to us. And to be consistent, I would recommend we issue a newest license on probation that runs concurrent with I don't remember the name of your program.
And that's really my request. I was expecting that.
Yeah.
I think we would be.
It's
I
called,
think
I'm on the Continuum of Sanctions program, but it is followed by potentially 2 years under the regular probation department, which I'll be honest, it was a lot of the way to structure that as a prior criminal defense attorney, but it is the way the judge structured it for whatever reason. So I've got another at least 2 years, 3 months. Well, like I said, really not at least. No more than 2 years, 3 months with community justice program, and then the 2 years of probation to follow.
Well, can I word my motion to use that language, because we won't remember
Right.
this in a couple of years. So it's
Yeah.
that program and then probation when that's
Yeah,
complete.
just
We'd
concur with my
welcome a visit
sentence.
to consider lifting that.
Okay, we need a second on that.
I'll second that.
Okay. Any discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
Good luck. Thank you.
Good to see you in person, Jim.
Likewise.
I didn't even recognize you sitting over there.
Well, that's
Yeah.
probably a good thing. I hope I
It's
look
always
better
you're
on
always
on
on
the
camera
Zoom
with
meeting
me.
than I do in person.
Thank you. Katie
We'll see you.
Malott.
Good luck.
Good afternoon, Katie.
Hello.
Let us get our files up. Charlie, you want to take this one or?
I'm gonna ask
Pam?
my friend to do this
Okay.
one.
Hi, Katie, you've seen how this works.
Mhm.
So if you want to just, do a quick review, it looks like you have an OWI. So talk to us about what happened, around this OWI and this big endangerment to another, person.
No.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
go ahead. We've had a lot.
That's okay. No, basically, this was the first time I've ever had anything like this happen. Sorry, I still get emotional when I talk about it. But last December, I had some work events and then just a social gathering afterwards and had a few drinks and felt fine to drive. Otherwise, I would not have. And was driving by myself. It was late. I was a mile from my house and I got pulled over for a speeding ticket. And then they had asked if I had had anything to drink that night. And I thought being honest was the right way to go. So I said yes. And the next thing I know, they were, doing all of the tests and everything. And it came back that I was over the legal limit. But yes, I was, no, by myself. No one else was on the road. Just was going a little bit too fast.
Operating a vehicle while intoxicated, endangering a person.
Her life.
Is it your life?
Yeah, I guess so, because there was no one in my car and there was no one else. Like, I don't think anyone passed us the entire time that I was out there.
They're hard to breathe.
That's okay.
So are you currently on probation?
I am, but I did a plea deal and the plea deal was that so long as I got all of my stuff completed as far as the classes and, checking in every so often that I, would be eligible to get released from that in September. So 6 months, yep. And that has all been done.
I don't have any questions. Does anyone else have any questions? No.
Well, I'll make a motion that we renew her license concurrent with her, probation, which means that you will have to come back on that probation. And it's,
So Pam, is the motion to renew her license and probationary status?
yes,
Okay, I just wanted to be clear.
for which of your probation.
Yeah. And,
That's only like.
and you'll have to agree with that? Or not?
You can still work. It's just noted on your license. It's not gonna affect your day-to-day.
Okay.
But when you complete your probation, your legal probation, you can come back and ask your license to be taken off
Reinstated to active.
Reinstated to active. And it's all good. I know this is hard.
Okay,
So do we have a second?
we need a second.
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you.
Good.
You should got it. Bless her heart. Okay, Felicia Dixon. Is Felicia Dixon here? Nope.
We've reviewed her file a number of times. How long do we keep doing this?
This is the last time. So
Okay,
once
good.
we're through these, we'll back it.
Okay.
Active on it.
Jamie McDowell?
Good afternoon, commissioners.
Hi, Jamie.
Hi, Jamie.
You were here due to an OWI. You got, well, visiting or living in Idaho?
I live in Idaho.
Live in
I
Idaho.
reside in Idaho. I have a brokerage in Idaho,
Cool.
Twin Falls, Idaho.
Tell us about what happened and where you stand with the sanctions.
Okay. So back in August of 24, I received a DUI. I was out to I'm going to sound like a lot of others that you've heard. I was out celebrating a big win. Divorce was final, yay. And I terminated my very first client ever. So I was celebrating some wins. Thought I was perfectly fine, as we usually do, to drive home. I was actually pulled over in my driveway, and because I'd flashed a car that it was late at night coming home, and I live on a rural road, and there was a truck coming towards me, and I flashed him because his lights were too bright. So bright that I did not see the police officer behind him, and the police officer proceeded to follow me all the way home. And when I got into the driveway, the same conversations happen. Have you been drinking? That kind of thing. But he pulled me over because I was a menace on the road for flashing my lights at the truck, which I did not know was a thing, but I guess it is. In Idaho, they take DUIs very seriously. I'm sure Indiana does as well. But I had to do 3 consecutive breathalyzer tests that were above limit in order to be arrested. My first 2 were under the legal limit, and the third one was slightly above it. And because that was above, I had to do 2 more. So the longer I sat there, the higher that raised. So I was arrested in my driveway for a DUI.
And you were, among other things, placed on probation.
I received a year's supervised probation, which ended, I had some dental work done. Sorry, guys. I'm lisping a little bit. I was placed on supervised probation for a year, which was released last October 26. Of course, court ordered classes. In addition to that, I did put myself into some counseling as well. I was told it would be favorable to the court to do that. So I did 3 months of counseling, alcohol counseling, and learned it's never too late to teach an old dog new tricks. So back in the day, the legal age for drinking was 19 when I was growing up. So it's just, it was common practice to have a glass of wine or a cocktail with dinner. And I always thought I knew my limit, but obviously I was wrong in that instance.
So are you currently on probation?
So I was released from supervised probation last October, and I still have unsupervised probation going until this October.
10/28.
So I don't report to anybody. I don't, I'm not held accountable in any way outside of the unsupervised. Not get into any more trouble.
October of this year.
Yes,
October
26.
So this is your initial application, which you checked positive response.
Correct.
Just so everyone knows, we've been coming off renewals. This is
This is an initial. I currently have, like I said, I'm a managing broker in Twin Falls, Idaho. I have 36 agents under me. I think I have a very successful brokerage. I love what I do. Been doing it for 16 years. It's a great community. It's my hometown. And like I said, I think I'm pretty good at it. It's my livelihood. I have grown adult children, 2 of them, that live in Greenfield. My son back in the day received a scholarship to Purdue. So he came back here to go to school. And then when my daughter became of age at 18 and decided living with brother was better than living with mom. So she took off as well. So they both live in Greenfield. And my intention for applying was that I will eventually probably pursue living in around the area as well. And I'd like to keep my real estate going.
Thank you. Would anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion that we issue a license on probation concurrent with the last of your criminal probation.
Thank you.
There's John second. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Oh, you agree,
Yes,
you agree
I
to the
agree.
probationary status.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Is Rebecca Blake, it says initial application. Oh my God. Positive since table in March. Is she here? Oh, she's here. Rebecca Blake is here. Come on down. Or up.
Good afternoon, everybody.
How are you?
I'm well, how are you?
Great.
Doing a
Thanks
lot
for
better
being
since
there
the
all
last
day.
time I was here.
Okay, I'll get this started. Good morning, Rebecca.
Good afternoon, how are you?
I guess it is. As we reviewed your file, you've had a couple of bad nights, if you will, that involved, oh, sure. That involved some aggravated battery, possession of pot, and then a year later, driving while your license was suspended. So walk
Yes.
us through those
So
events that could be.
start with the battery one. So that I'm currently on probation. That was I started probation of June 2025. Everything's good with that. I'm on progress. I'm super low vision, so I only check in by phone every 8 weeks. And then usually between that, like I'll check in by phone every 8 weeks, and then like every 3, I go in person and they usually do like a drug test, always passed, outstanding with that. So that's that. I ended up pleading out. We kind of went over that the last time I was here, about everything. I ended up signing a plea of, sorry, I'm looking at my case as well, so I can get the dates correct, and pull up the plea agreement. So we got that all set up in June of 2025, when I was sentenced June 9th, actually, just to serve the 2 years on probation, which I'm a little shy, under a year left. So June, sorry, of 2027, I will be completed with that probation. And then the driving, those have been completely decided. I'm currently valid in the state of Indiana with a driver's license. So all my driving cases, I know we addressed the last time I was here in March. That was kind of the holdup for the most part, because there was multiple cases in a short amount of time, which was poor decisions. But it was just me trying to, maneuver between taking the class, trying to get work, nanny, and that type of thing, which, there's other options for public transit. But I got all my license cleared up and that type of thing since then. The possession of marijuana, last time we were here, that was one of the cases that is going to be dismissed. I had signed a deferment for that. So on, I believe, September 8th, let me fact check that will be completely dismissed and expunged. And then, a couple of the other driving cases has been expunged as well. On here, let me scroll up. Let me check for the possession. Sorry, I don't got my glasses. Okay, yes, so okay, I was wrong on the date for September. It's actually the 25th, not the 8th. For the hearing on motion to dismiss my case for the possession. And then after that, all of my criminal cases will be closed besides the probation, which I'll have to complete.
Okay. I'm gonna go back to the item in Porter County, and it began as aggravated battery, criminal recklessness. And the aggravated battery was dismissed,
Yes.
but the criminal recklessness committed while armed with a deadly weapon.
Yes, so I had a firearm. It was registered to me. I had a lifetime permit to carry. The case could have went differently if I would have thought with more of a clear mind. And now, like, self-reflecting, since this has all happened, and kind of taking a step back from everything and everyone and really just focusing on myself and what I want out of my future and my 5-year plan. I know now, if I know now what I've known then, I would have approached the situation completely differently. I would have contacted the state or the Porter County Police or Chesterton, where the incident took place in Indiana, and reported the use of my firearm. When the incident occurred, I was waiting on a friend, and I was parked at the YMCA in Chesterton, and I was approached by a vehicle completely tinted out. I didn't know who was what. I still didn't know at the time of the incident who this person was. They got out being aggressive to my vehicle. I ended up driving away, leaving the scene. They chased me around this neighborhood. When I was trying to leave the facility, I was at a stop sign. They crashed into my car, and I kind of just went into like one of those like fight modes, like almost like a kind of like I was scared. You know, I didn't know who this person was. It was late at night, like it was dark at this point, and they just crashed into me. And instead of using like, you know, like a clear mind, I just kind of like tried to protect myself and I shot at the ground. And that's how that came because, you know, regardless, bullets don't have direction. So that type of thing kind of occurred.
What
I remember,
guess
I
I'm-
remember you telling us this.
Yeah.
But maybe I wasn't there. I don't recall that in detail. What, who was this person?
I did not know this lady at the time. It ended up being someone who was involved with the friend that I was supposed to be meeting. But I was completely unaware. I never had any incidents with this person before or after this day. Never seen this girl again in the life. So when I left, she literally was chasing me around. So then when I was at the stop sign, she like rammed her car into my car. Don't know this girl, don't know the motive. I ended up finding out after I got out of jail that she did have a prior incident with my niece. And I don't know if it was like, it was just a big mess to say, like, it was a mess.
Well, I agree I agree. That was a mess. But it wasn't the only mess.
Yeah.
What's changing in your life so there isn't a 2026 item?
So there will never be another incident like that again. Okay, since I was here in March, when I was here in March, I was actually unemployed due to having a hard time finding a job with the felony. I had ended up getting a job in New Buffalo, working at the Stray Dog. I don't know if you guys ever heard of it. It's a restaurant. So I was serving there from March until July. I resigned from that position. While going through this, I had already been taking a step back from everybody and just kind of focusing. Like I've registered for college. I'm starting like at the end of this month to go to get my HVAC certification. And I just kind of like really have focused on myself. And like I said, what I want out of my 5-year plan. I'm not getting any younger. When I hit 25, something just clicked in my mind. And it's just, even before I hit 25, I took this class twice. The first time, sorry, it's kind of dinging. I took the class twice already. The first time I didn't pass the state and national exam. The second time when I took it, the owner of Listing Leaders Academy, Brandon Rainwater, him and I have stayed in communication this whole time. He's been, Rebecca, what's going on with the PLA? What's going on with this? You need to email them. You need to get this. Like, we need to get going. Like, you'll be great in this. So I've just been working. I ended up getting diagnosed with Bell's palsy, which was like a paralyzation on my left side from like my cranial nerve. Still was going to work with a half paralyzed face, saving money, still babysitting on the side. Since I resigned from my position at the Stray Dog due to kind of some like inconsistent hours, I have applied, and next week I will be starting at Maker's Pride in Michigan City, which is like a factory for first shift. So I'll be 6 to 2, so I can still do my real estate stuff. I'm just trying to be more focused. And that's why I'm also going back to college. Like I'm going to college. I mean, I go back. This is my first time going to college. I'm getting my HVAC so I can have a better life for myself and set a better example for all the younger ones around me to say, hey, don't make the same mistakes I made, you know? So that's kind of where I'm at for now. I just want to grow. I want to get this past me. I don't want to be a criminal. That's why I got my license back. I paid thousands of dollars, and it was hard, especially with not like a 9 to 5, you know, paying bills and stuff. When you're just nannying, is kind of like paying bills, lawyer fees. It's like sink or swim, girl. So now that I've, got a little bit more money saved, still babysitting, still, about to start this new position, hopefully, and that's gonna be great for me. So I just want to be a positive role model and say, hey, like, just because I made a mistake before doesn't define me. I'm correcting it and I'm really trying.
Okay, I'm gonna defer to some others who may have been at that earlier hearing.
I did send some letters from like a recommendation from Brandon and also my lawyer as well. And I believe there may be one from my probation officer.
Yep.
Be double checking
We have
here.
those. Thank you.
But you're still under probation for another year, it
Yes,
sounds like.
ma'am. Until June of 2027. But I'm current with everything. I'm in good standing with that.
I remember.
Said the marijuana charge is going to be dismissed in September.
Yes, sir.
So you filed a motion to dismiss, or why do you believe that's going to be dismissed?
I know it's going to be dismissed because I signed a 6-month pretrial. I don't know if you guys are familiar with my case, but if you scroll to the bottom of that case on there, it does show, let me scroll down, pardon me. Okay, right here on March 27th. So this was it was probably approximately 17 days after I met with you guys in March, that I had a pretrial diversion agreement filed, and it was 6 months. I stay out of trouble. That same day I went, paid all the fines, and then I'm all good with that. So when my time rolls up on the 25th of September, it will be dismissed and expunged off my record. Because I have completed successfully the 6-month program of staying out of trouble, not getting any violations with probation, no dirty drops or anything like that. So
What was that? No dirty.
What's a
I
dirty
like dirty
drop?
drops, like where they give me a drug test and then like it's dirty. So you don't have to like drop
okay.
like for a drug test and that type of thing. So
Glad
I've
I
been
know that.
I've been in good standing.
Do you have a copy of that pretrial diversion agreement?
I believe it is available online. I had it with me, but it was in my car. I have a file in my car, like in my book bag in the trunk, but I had to get a ride here today due to some mechanical issues. So I came all the way from Michigan City at 6 a.m. And when I was about an hour away, I was like, I left that. But it is on my case if you pull it up.
Do you have the clause number of that?
Yes, of course. The cause number for the possession case is 46D03-2412-CM-002912.
Let's see if I can find it.
That'd be great.
Usually they scan them in, I'm not sure. But it's all listed here in the notes on my case.
Jody, this is an initial application. Everything else okay with the application? I mean, we've taken a couple of shots at it, so,
As far as I know, yes.
yeah, I'm gonna assume from last time.
All I can see is the filing here that a pre-trial diversion agreement was filed and the notes on it. I can't see the agreement itself, but I think this is sufficient. Parties enter into a 6-month pre-trial diversion agreement, pay the fees, additional terms or requirements under the clause dismissed. And then I see the motion to dismiss is scheduled for September 25th. So.
On the bottom as well, it shows that I have a 0 balance due for that too. So I did pay that same day.
Commissioners, do you have any questions, further questions for Ms. Blake? Any discussion amongst us?
When was your probation up again?
June of 2027.
And the broker from Listing Leaders,
Lifestyles, yep, that's the academy, Brandon Rainwater.
is that if you were granted a license, is that where you would?
Yes. He offers the course. That's the academy as well. So, last year was his first year doing, Listing Leaders Lifestyle. He actually branched off of the original owner of Listing Leaders. And when I took the course the first time, just his mentorship on how he had the guest speakers come in and explain everything and kind of like go through every single thing, like the extra, like there was the second time I took the course, I actually got a driving case leaving school to go to probation, which bad decision. I made a mistake. I learned. Okay, got my license back. But like he even like after the class was over, I stayed for 3 hours and I studied because when I didn't pass it the first time, I was determined. The first time I took the 10-week course, the second time I took the 5-week course, I was determined. I was like, I'm going to stay here even if I got to stay 5 hours extra. I was coming back for the night class. There was times I got out of class at 2 p.m. and I was staying until 8 studying with the night people just to go through and really break everything down. Like that sense of mentorship and just like even staying in contact with me throughout this whole thing. When he wasn't hearing from me during my first term when I took the class, he's calling me. Rebecca, what are you doing? Where are you at? Like, like what's going on with this? Have you been taking your tests? Like, do you need help? So I definitely want to list with them. And there's a lot of opportunity for growth as well.
Would anyone like to make a motion? Yes, initial application.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the initial application under probationary status to run concurrent with legal probation.
Need a second?
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? No. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye, opposed? Okay, motion carries. Good luck. We hope to, we'll see you back here when you got to remove your license from probation. Okay?
Thank you guys. Okay, so, and I got one question for you guys before I leave. So now, moving forward, what would be my next step with, like, hanging my license with Brandon?
Well, before you get your license.
Yes, ma'am.
We need, your managing broker information.
Okay.
We don't have that, so he needs to fill out the supplemental form.
Mm-hmm.
And you can send it in or whatever.
Do I just email that to you?
Yeah, you can do
Okay.
that. But then we still can't issue your license until we actually get the probation order.
Mm-hmm.
Brad does those.
Okay.
They do take a while because he has several boards he does. But once we get that, then we'll issue your license on probation. You'll get an email saying it's been issued.
Okay,
But
perfect.
first you need to get me your managing broker information.
Yes, ma'am.
And if you have any other trouble that you're in between
I'm not.
now, you,
I'm not.
you have to self-report.
Yes,
And then
ma'am.
once you are done with your criminal probation, you come back down and request that your license be moved to active status.
Okay, perfect. And I'm still able to work under a
Yes,
probation
under
license?
probationary status you are.
Wonderful. Thank
Okay,
you.
good luck.
You guys have a wonderful
When you
day.
Get your order, I'll send a letter with it that has like frequently asked questions.
Okay.
Kind of walks you through the process, how to submit documentation.
Mhm.
And then when it's time for you to request a small probation, what that looks like.
Perfect. Thank you guys
The
so
letter
much.
and your order at the same time.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a great day.
Good luck. Okay, there was a few that didn't show up. I just wanted to make sure that. Guys, thanks for hanging in there. Whew, it's been a long one. Kathleen Sass. Paige,
Reminder next time.
Paige Treptow. Tan Kayen Kai.
What's our 120-day mark?
October meeting.
And the last one is Felicia Dixon, who continues to not show up, right?
Her I want acted upon, please.
Okay, so what do we need to do? Deny it? Because she's been on here how many times?
This is her third time. And I not
the first time, her excuse was she didn't get the email that I sent her. But yet she got part of it, but not all of it. And I'm like, you can't do that. But anyway, so the next time I sent it out by email and by regular mail. This time I did the same thing. I sent it out by email and regular mail. And I have not heard a word from her.
We declined.
It's not, is that a renewal?
No,
I'm
It's
just trying
an
to find her.
the initial application.
It's an initial?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, she's the one that I uploaded the phone
Yep.
calls because her husband was so horrible to my staff.
I was waiting. I was gonna bust in here.
wow.
And
Okay.
I told her he cannot call our office again, and I haven't heard from none of them
Okay.
since.
So we have a motion on the table to deny. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Okay, then you'll invite Kathleen Page and Hatan Kai back.
Yes.
And then we've got application and review and discussion that was tabled from June
Yes.
for Bailey Bingham and Sophia Jones.
I believe, Mr. D'Souza requested those to be tabled and for discussion with Brian. It's all yours.
Wow.
Do you remember that?
Not at all.
Because they were from Michigan.
Remind me. Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
And I just went through, on the break, I was going through and I denied that back. Or reports like, or back to my online.
Right, right. So they're applying for,
Endorsement.
Wait, were you here in
From
June?
Michigan
Were you
to
here in
us.
June?
I was, you weren't.
Oh. No, I was thinking that.
You get for being Miss
You were
Miss
saying-
Smarty Pants, Miss
No,
Chairman.
my question was,
Yeah.
did we want your
I
input
should-
on them?
I should remember it from June. Yes, I should, and I didn't. So now it's coming back to me. Yeah, so, yeah, so it was a consistency issue.
June?
Right.
Because I don't recall us handling Michigan licenses that way in the past.
And it's been a long time. Maybe the first machine lost.
Mhm. Right.
I'll buy it back in Irish, I still.
So, yeah, obviously, I don't remember either, but it is.
Salespeople and brokers.
Correct.
And even just trying to get that out on the yes.
Right.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
sorry.
That's okay.
So ballpark for us, just for a second, the salesperson's license is a 40-hour course requirement. And so it is what you would expect that first level to be. So if that's the license that they're applying with, now you know it's a 40-hour course.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah.
I will have to go back and look at those. They're not even in my file anymore. I looked.
Yeah, I can leave it.
I know.
But I
Yeah.
can upload.
Okay,
it.
great, thank you.
I just put table and he'll
Okay.
review them
Yeah.
again and then we'll go from there.
Yep, so-
Okay,
We'll probably have over 30 for next month, just FYI.
Oh, wow.
All over? Or Illinois?
I haven't
or-
seen them yet.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's a
Got it.
lot.
Yeah. So I have a question on that though. I know Illinois did away with the agreement that we had with them, okay? That was effective January 1st. So Brian has been reviewing all Illinois. So far, he's approved every single one of them. How do I want to put this? So can my staff just go ahead and approve Illinois endorsements and move forward? Or do we still want Brian to review them? My understanding, Illinois has been difficult with ours. Is that right? Someone told me that.
No,
no,
actually,
I heard they were easy with us.
Illinois changed, so as long as you have a valid license in another state,
They'll take,
they'll take you.
there you go.
You
You
just
take
need to
this,
apply?
you need to apply and take the state portion of their exam, and that's it. And that's becoming a trend all around the country. I would say probably half the states are like that right now.
But there are restrictions to be a managing broker.
Correct. Oh yeah, that's different. This is
Yeah,
just,
But also, I want,
Another-
I need clarification. to be a managing broker in the state of Indiana and to hold other licenses, you have to reside in the state. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yes. Not to what, Charlie?
Yeah, you
Right.
can own a brokerage as long as it's only you can live in another state and have a brokerage here. That's
Yeah,
how
but you have to have a managing broker.
you have to be the managing broker. A sole
If sole
proprietorship.
proprietor. But
Yeah.
if I'm from Colorado.
Yeah.
And I'm managing broker and I've got people working under me, I've got to
Indiana.
live here. I've got to
Yeah.
live here.
Yeah.
Okay.
We usually see that, the other
I think we
scenario
got some
with
of that going
like
on
the
in the
limited
state.
service companies.
We have that going on in the state for sure.
They use someone else's address, probably. Yes.
Well,
Or actually don't even try.
yeah,
They don't even try to fake that. They just.
Well, their address is in IPLA.
Yeah.
Right.
Probably, well, I guess we would have to pull the,
I think I see that with like limited service companies. We see a lot of that in Bloomington. I mean, I can think of like 7 or 8 that are new and they're sole proprietors out of usually Florida.
well, and it's okay if they're sole.
Right, exactly,
proprietors, the
that's what
law
I mean,
supports it, but
so,
it doesn't if they're,
yeah.
okay. I just wanted to confirm.
So
That-
if there is that situation, which I just sent an email to Joe earlier about it, there is a company in southern Indiana that has a managing broker that lives in Kentucky. And there is a qualifying person that resides in Indiana that qualifies to be a broker. And they've been asked, noted, like, hey, you don't live in Indiana.
They just need to designate that other person as the
Well,
qualified
yeah,
managing
they do,
broker.
but they haven't. So what do we do? What happens? What should?
Yeah, with the AG's office.
Yeah.
You can do it anonymously with the AG's office.
Yeah, well,
It's not anonymous now. It's right here.
It's on YouTube.
I sent you an email about it.
Did you? I haven't,
I don't want it to.
Don't say
You
it
know, I
out
think
loud.
that's some education that we can continue to,
Well, they know,
do.
they
And
know that they need to switch, but they haven't.
maybe the Indiana Association of Realtors can continue to,
So do you want me
educate
to
along that.
file the complaint or not?
If that's what's needed, because they keep asking me about it, and it's been said, hey, you have someone that qualifies now.
Okay.
So you've got the information already.
I think that could be a difficult part. We may not know, but people call us as commissioners
Yeah.
and want us to
Do something.
do the,
It's like,
People read the minutes. I was telling Joe, I've had a few people call me who are going to apply. And they're like, oh, you're the person that makes that decision. And I see it in the minutes. I'm like, well,
right,
no.
because I call and they call me and I said.
Call Brian Thompson.
call Brian.
But I do have a question. The gentleman that had the 45 licenses in here earlier, he said they have waivers of like minimum duties. We don't have that in Indiana, do we? Thank
No.
you. I wanted to clarify that. I was like,
So-
dear
Yeah,
God.
So there's some language there that may be misread as allowing it, but yeah, that's, I'm glad you noted that. I made the same note.
I made the
I
note.
said it to, I said it to James because we need to clarify that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
he's under the impression that he can waive that.
Right.
Read that language quickly if you read.
Maybe we need to read it to somebody.
So back to my question, can we accept Illinois endorsements without sending them to Brian?
So, Brian, what would be the situation in which, given your past reviews of these, where you would not have approved it?
If they have any kind of issue with their license where it's initially issued or any license that they hold, because we did have one where, I mean, that would be, because Illinois has a broker's license, just like, I mean, it's very similar. So unless they are in trouble for some reason, I don't know why we would. Or-
And if anyone, endorsement or exam, have issues like that, it probably wouldn't get to Brian.
Right, it
before
gets
comes
flagged.
to
Because they'd have to check a positive, I mean,
Yeah.
the
Right.
positive response would halt it.
Okay, so to clarify, Illinois is now a one license
Uh-huh.
state? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so,
mean-
But I need your approval
Right.
to do it.
so my sense, Jody, would be if it's that straightforward and the other conditions would be the unusual conditions that you get flagged for anyway,
Right.
then I would think that that's something staff can do.
And you got, do you do the vetting if someone's applying to be a managing broker from out of state? That they're not gonna hold other people's licenses?
We shouldn't be letting individuals.
We're
go
not
from
letting, that's not even,
managing broker to managing broker.
yeah, I don't think I've ever, maybe once I've seen that and we denied it.
Okay.
Yeah, you cannot be a managing broker here without going through the proper.
So can I just say with these, I mean, my opinion is that these are a bit of a fact-finding issue because these are not, I know we throw the term reciprocal around or reciprocity. Your statutes do not talk about these in terms of reciprocity. These are non-resident individuals who want to apply for a license here based on the license they have in another state. So you have a non-resident licensing statute, and we've talked about this before, but it's those 4 qualifications about does the other jurisdiction, meaning the state they're coming from, grant you the same privilege? Are they licensed in that jurisdiction? And then the big question is, are these substantially similar to the requirements of this chapter of your licensing laws? And I've said in the past that I think that is basically a factual question. And kind of we've created a czar position to where Brian's our expert in like looking at, what these other states require, to be licensed there, to be able to come back to you and say, yes, I think these are substantially similar licensing schemes that we could approve this. So my preference would be that these are still handled in a official action of the board because it is pursuant to this non-resident statute, and I do think there are some factual questions that happen with it. But
We might,
How about we just bring them to the board and let them
Right.
approve them without Brian reviewing them? It would just save so much time. is
yeah,
what I'm thinking.
I think if nothing is, if you've reviewed them once and you say, Illinois, we've agreed is substantially similar to Indiana. Unless there's a change in their licensing.
Right.
laws that need to be re-reviewed.
I doubt it.
I don't know who's necessarily monitoring that. I'm not tracking Illinois' licensing changes, but to the extent that you approve it once and you feel good about it, then I think that's probably okay to bring to the board without having Brian, unless he wants to review something.
I don't mind. I mean, I do have kind of a system, but it's always interesting to me is where they're where they are residing in Indiana, or where is it? Because they have to mark where they're at. And then also, how do they want their license issued? Most of them are unassigned. That's the thing that shocks me. Yes. I mean, 70% of them are
That
unassigned.
is interesting.
So that's for me, the piece that I'm like, why would you do that? But it's mostly from the Northwest.
Because then they have to.
That's-
pay to-
Yeah. Yeah, but they don't, I know. We'll take their money. It's okay.
Well, I'll talk with Brian, and if he's
Yeah.
okay with me just bringing them to the board, that's what we'll do.
That's up to you guys. I don't
You have
care.
some free time, Jody, I say with a smile. You should look that up, see how many of those have remained unassigned.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know
Or
how you
whether
would-
they should look at a hop immediately after. So,
Yeah.
curiosity.
That might be the 12th of never.
Okay.
Time card.
Yeah.
Let me know.
Anything else on your list, Jody?
No.
Okay. Meeting adjourned. Thank you, guys.
That's a good meeting.